done them in the past. I emphasize that collaboration remains the cornerstone of progress. The challenges we face cannot be addressed in silos. Institutions of higher learning must work closely with industry to translate theory into practice. The private sector must invest in innovation and scale viable solutions. The government must continue to provide an enabling policy and regulatory environment, and as the authority, we remain committed to facilitating this ecosystem through regulation that is responsive, inclusive, and forward-looking. I would like to commend all researchers who responded to the call for papers. Your work is critical in shaping evidence-based policies and practical solutions. I urge you to go beyond publication by engaging with industry, testing your ideas, and driving implementation. To our industry players and investors, I challenge you to support and scale these innovations. Let us ensure that the insights generated here do not remain on paper, but are translated into real impact. To the young researchers among us, this is your moment. The energy sector is evolving rapidly, and it needs you, your ideas, your curiosity, and your bold thinking. Finally, last year, we introduced the Women in Energy segment, which is bigger this year. I know myself and Dr. Mutua, we are here, and we thank so much Honorable Ruth, who was the chief guest. We came and you invited us, but we decided to leave you, have your peace. But you assured me that in the word woman, there's man. So I think we should have attended, but next time I think we'll attend. I hope that you can also appreciate the movement this conference is growing to become. To all who have joined us today, I once again thank you for the contribution you will make. Together, let us harness knowledge to build energy future that is not only sustainable, but inclusive and resilient. Thank you all. May God bless you. At this juncture, allow me to invite the chairman of the EPRA board, Honorable Adan Haji Hali, to come and make his remarks and proceed from here. Karibu, Chairman. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed, our acting DG. Honorable Ruth, Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in Uganda. Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, ably represented by our acting PS, Mr. Mohammed Birik, who was also my commissioner. You still remain my commissioner, bro. Mr. Alex Washira, the Principal Secretary of the State Department for Energy, again ably represented by the acting PS, Dr. Engineer Joseph Okech, Acting Director General, Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, leaders and staff from Energy and Petroleum sector, industry representative present, media representative present, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to once again welcome you all to the 7th Annual EPRA Research Week. First, kindly allow me to introduce the esteemed board members at EPRA present here today. Kindly you can step forward and you say hello to the congregation. I am here with Director Simon Njuguna and Director Jennifer Nawoi. Kindly come and say jambo to the congregants.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Jennifer Nawoi. We were in the Women in Energy Conference yesterday. Thank you, Madam Ruth, for joining us and for gracing and for all the insights you shared yesterday. We're grateful. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. With all protocols observed, I would wish to welcome you to this forum. We were with some of you yesterday, and I look forward to another fruitful session today. Karibuni sana, and we look forward to engaging.
Thank you, members. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, we recognize that affordability and energy security are the results of deliberate, well-designed regulatory frameworks. These frameworks have to be grounded in evidence, strengthened through research, and implemented with discipline and integrity. That is why every time we are developing regulations, we start by conducting a regulatory impact assessment, also known as RIA. This is a mandatory step that analyzes the potential costs, benefits, and impact of any proposed regulation before it is finalized. For us, the authority, it provides an ongoing reminder of the significance of research in the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the board I have just introduced to you is responsible for strategic oversight at EPRA. It is charged with the responsibility to ensure that the authority delivers on its mandate effectively, transparently, and in public interest. It is through this lens that we continue to strengthen regulatory frameworks that not only stabilizes the energy sector, but also unlocks investment, drive efficiency, and protect consumers. In the petroleum subsector, EPRA has made significant strides in developing regulations that bring structure, clarity, and confidence. These frameworks, ladies and gentlemen, are essential in guiding the upstream, midstream, and downstream subsectors. This is particularly important as Kenya advances its upstream ambitions, including the ongoing development in Block T6 and T7 in the South Lokicha Basin. The regulatory structures we have put in place ensure that such projects are undertaken responsibly, efficiently, and in a manner that benefit Kenyans if these resources are realized sustainably and equitably. Equally critical to our work is the role of regulations in shaping the future of energy planning and infrastructure. The recently introduced 2025 Integrated National Energy Planning Regulations mark a significant milestone in this regard. They mark a shift from fragmented energy decision-making towards a unified national approach that recognizes energy as the backbone of economic growth, social development, and environmental protection. Through integrated planning, we are better positioned to anticipate demand, optimize investment, and ensure that Kenya's energy system remains resilient in the face of emerging challenges. This is a key pillar in advancing both affordability and long-term energy security. In addition, EPRA continues to champion energy efficiency as a critical lever in managing costs and enhancing sustainability. Through the 2025 Energy Management Regulation gazetted in February 2025, we have set clear expectations for energy management across commercial, industrial, and institutional facilities that consume more than 180,000 kilowatt-hour of electrical and thermal energy annually. Designated facilities are required to appoint a licensed energy manager, set policies, undertake audits every 4 years, and prepare investment plans with savings verified. This regulation promotes affordability and energy security at two fronts. At the national grid, there is less pressure to generate energy that facilities can use, and the cut in generation helps to stabilize tariffs, translating into fairer pricing for end users. Every shilling saved in efficient energy use at both the consumer and grid level creates room for more affordable power connections without the generator investing money in setting up generation plants. Ladies and gentlemen, effective regulation can, however, not exist in isolation. It must be informed by robust research, continuous innovation, and active stakeholder engagement. This is why forums such as this Research and Innovation Week are so important. They provide a platform for dialogue, for knowledge exchange, and for creation of solutions that will define the future of our sector. As a board, we remain committed to fostering an enabling environment where innovation can thrive, where investments are protected, and where consumers receive reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy. In closing, therefore, I reaffirm that our pursuit of energy affordability and security is anchored in strong governance, sound regulation, and a shared commitment to progress. Together, we have the opportunity and indeed the responsibility to build an energy sector that supports Kenya's development aspirations and improve the quality of life for all. I thank you and wish you a productive and impactful conference. It is now my pleasure to introduce our acting PS, Mr. Mohammed Birik, acting PS, State Department for Petroleum, to make his remarks. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ruth Nankapirwa Sentamu, Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Uganda. Honorable Adan Haji Ali, Chairperson, EPRA Board of Directors. The Board of Directors for EPRA. Dr. Engineer Joseph Okech, the Acting Director General, EPRA. Leaders from the energy and the petroleum sector across the continent, industry representative present, media representatives present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. God is good, and all the time. Assalamu alaikum. First and foremost is to convey to you greetings from our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable James Opiyo Wandayi, who could have been with us in this occasion, but owing to other engagements, and of course, he could not be here with us today in these very important occasions and engagement. And so, I am indeed very privileged and honored to be in this very important occasion of the 7th session of the annual EPRA Research and Innovation Conference 2026. I want to start by thanking you all indeed for attending and joining this 7th edition of this Research and Innovation Conference. In Kenya, we say, Karibuni wote. Karibuni wote means welcome all for those who have joined us from the rest part of the globe. And therefore, this congregation is primarily comprised of people who contribute to research and the body of knowledge of the energy sector. More so, they are thinkers, they are regulators, they are policy makers, they are OMCs across the continent and even the globe, who have come together to share ideas, opinions on how innovation and research indeed can be leveraged for the success of energy development across Africa. Your contributions towards insights, data, and innovations align with the theme providing affordable energy sources for Kenya and ensuring that we have energy security for sustainable development. This conference theme aligns with our commitment to sustainable goal number 7 of the SDG, which targets universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that the energy sector remains a key economic driver and an enabler in the growth of development of any country. The energy solutions available to us, therefore, empower our business, the size notwithstanding, and improves the quality of life to all citizens. That is why we have invested so much in affordable energy solutions. Today, more than 80% of Kenyans have access to electricity, representing a massive jump from about 32% reported in 2013. I'm happy to note that this has been driven by government's interventions, including extending electrification to underdeserved and remote areas of our country. This has been done through innovative solutions such as mini-grids, off-grid system, and the last-mile connectivity program, which are helping to close the access gap more efficiently. As we make electricity more available, we are also looking into ways to make use of it affordably. For example, there is push towards clean cooking with electricity as one of the options. This aims definitely to reduce dependence on biomass, especially in our rural and peri-urban areas. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's progress in the innovation and adoption of renewable energy solutions continues to be a defining feature in our country towards achieving 100% clean energy in the grid by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. And in this regard, we have deliberately implemented several measures and programs to promote the uptake of LPG. To enhance affordability and accessibility, the government has waived value-added tax, VAT, import declaration fees, IDF, and the Railway Development Levy, RDL, on LPG, and have installed bulk LPG systems in some of our schools. Further ahead of the planned rollout of the open tendering systems, we are strengthening LPG infrastructure through the development of a common user. Ladies and gentlemen, import facility, we are strengthening LPG infrastructure through development of a common user import facility at the Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited. This strategic investment will not only lower handling costs, but also significantly expand national LPG storage and filling capacity from 6,000 to 20,000 tons, thereby improving supply security and market efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also happy to note major strides made to reduce reliance on fossil fuels in favor of electricity and autogas for mobility. The last Energy and Petroleum Statistics Report shows that e-mobility is the fastest growing subsector, with electric vehicle registrations surging to over 2,700% from the 1,378 in 2022 to 39,324 by last year. For autogas, we have registered an impressive 14.6% growth to stand at 251,425 metric tons by December 2025. These achievements are not merely coincidental. They are the result of years of deliberate engagements, peer learning, and the shared vision to build resilient and sustainable energy markets. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, we are reminded that the decisions we make today will definitely define the resilience, affordability, and sustainability of our energy systems for generations to come. I urge all of us to reflect on the insights that have been shared here and consider what they portend for each of us, both individually and collectively, as we chart the future of our energy sector. With these few remarks, I wish you fruitful discussions and deliberations in the few days you would be here. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki nyote. That is a speech that I read on behalf of our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, who could have been with us, of course, today in this occasion, but again, owing to other engagements outside the country, he could not be here with us. And therefore, he will be, of course, with us in future engagements. And therefore, I want to take this chance and opportunity to welcome none other than Honorable Ruth Nankabirwa Sentemu, the Cabinet Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, Uganda, who has been able to support us in many occasions as we move together our two countries in matters of energy and petroleum. Can we accord her a better club than that? Madam Waziri, karibu sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS. And please tell my brother that I have been over-pampered. Although I missed him, but all has been well. The chairperson and board of the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority of the Republic of Kenya, our development partners and all government officials present, policymakers, regulators, representatives from academia, industry, and private sector, distinguished guests and delegates, the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It is both an honor and a privilege to join you at this 7th Annual Regional Research and Innovation Conference here in Nairobi. And I bring warm greetings and deep respect from your brothers and sisters from Uganda. Thank you so much for convening this important platform, which continues to convene the ideas, evidence, partnerships, and practical solutions that our region urgently needs to strengthen collaboration and empower sustainable investments within the region and the continent at large. I am therefore thankful that the government of the Republic of Kenya, the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, and the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority for the kind invitation extended to Uganda and for the warm hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since I arrived in Nairobi. And I must say that this is a usual hospitality because I'm always in Nairobi. I take the last flight from Kampala to come to Nairobi and do meetings early morning in Nairobi. I take the last flight from Nairobi to Kampala. So I'm always here and I am feeling at home. Thank you so much. This year's theme, which is advancing energy affordability and security in sustainable development, could not be more timely. Across Africa, East Africa, and the continent at large, our energy sectors are being required to do many things at the same time. We must expand access of electricity. Whenever there is peace and stability, people will demand for electricity because it means life. People want to enjoy. They want to watch football. They want to enjoy a cold one. The ladies want to enjoy a saloon with permanent power supply. So whenever there is peace and stability, demand for electricity must be there. It increases. And as I speak now for Uganda, for the past many years, demand has been growing at 7%. But for last year, 2025, demand has grown by 20% for electricity. We will ask ourselves whether this matches the generation. Are we generating electricity following that demand? So today's conference will offer solutions. So many things must happen at once. We must keep this electricity affordable. For the households, these are voters. Whether they are using it profitably or not, they must get this power. They are our voters. We account for them. And we also have to satisfy the competitiveness for the industries. We have to make sure that electricity is affordable for industries so that we reduce the cost of production, so that we are competitive, because we are championing local content. We are championing buy Uganda, build Uganda, buy Kenya, build Kenya, buy Tanzania, build Tanzania. So the cost of production must be low. We must compete if we are to encourage the local content. We must strengthen energy security by making sure that we look at every source of energy: wind, geothermal, nuclear energy for peaceful use. All that will culminate into energy security. We have to develop it. And we do all that in a period which is uncertain. We are not sure of the climate. The volatile fuel markets, the fast-rising demand, all that must happen. And the people in this room are in charge of making all that happen. And at the same time, we must decarbonize. We are required to decarbonize globally at the same time, whether you enter decarbonization 100 years before others or after others, you have a global duty to decarbonize. You also have to innovate and build systems that are resilient and are inclusive and financially sustainable. But remember, we have to do all that keeping our GDP debt ratio in check. You want money to do innovation, to generate, to do everything, but the voters are also complaining about taxes. So you have to borrow money, but you have to keep your debt GDP ratio in check. I am pleased to note that this year's program includes Women in Energy Forum, which I attended yesterday. And just to assure Engineer Okecho and the rest of the men, don't be scared. Just as you are not scared when the world celebrates Women's Day and leaves you with 363 days for men, because we have only one out of the 365 days in a year. Women have only one day to celebrate. But when that day comes, 8th March, you can hear what men talk about. It's as if we are consuming all the days. So Women in Energy, which was the second of its kind, which happened yesterday, came up with great resolutions. And I can assure you that these women appreciate grid stability because they are the critical consumers, but they also suffer the most when there is no power stability. They are the best to manage energy efficiency. So when they gather and resolve to plug in and remain and contain the heat, it is for the benefit of everybody. Congratulations, Women in Energy Kenya, for yesterday. And please remain plugged in and contain the heat. Don't burn out. This is therefore a very welcome recognition of the important role of women in shaping the future of the sector. And across electricity, petroleum, regulation, engineering, research, and entrepreneurship, women continue to make an essential contribution to a stronger and more innovative energy future. Why energy affordability and security are central to sustainable development? Ladies and gentlemen, energy in its various forms, be it electricity, oil, and gas, remains central to Africa's socio-economic transformation. It is indispensable to industrialization, transport, trade, agriculture, manufacturing, digital growth, and the delivery of social services. But as we reflect on the future of our region, we must ask ourselves, how do we build energy systems that are not only available, but also affordable, secure, and sustainable? How do we ensure that the infrastructure choices we make today are strong enough to support the demands of tomorrow? For many of our countries, the question before us is not merely whether we have energy resources, but whether we are managing them in a way that delivers real value to our people and economies. And this is where the real policy challenge lies. If there is one lesson that our region has learned, it is that energy transformation is not only a question of megawatts or barrels of oil. It is also a question of markets, institutions, planning, financing, trust, and execution. A country may build generation, but still struggle with affordability. It may expand access, but still face reliability gaps. It may attract investment, but still encounter public resistance if the benefits are not visible to the citizens and businesses. This means the next chapter of energy development in Africa must be smarter, more integrated, and more innovative-driven. These issues are both practical and long-standing. For example, in Uganda, our commitment to regional power integration dates way back in 1955, when our first interconnection with Kenya linked power generated from Owen Falls Dam to load centers in Kenya. Since then, Uganda has added and maintained interconnections with the Republic of Rwanda and the Republic of Tanzania, and we are constructing one to connect Uganda with the with DRC, and also to South Sudan. The one for South Sudan is financed by the African Development Bank. We have power from Karuma, which generates 600 megawatts and has a very big substation along northern Uganda, where we have Opiyo substation where we will pull power to South Sudan. South Sudan is in dire needs. I think their power is sold at 39 US cents per kilowatt hour. This is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. So while continuing to strengthen the grid to support growing demand and industrial development and cross-border power trade, we do all that, building new interconnections and maintaining the existing ones. In the petroleum subsector, Uganda is equally pursuing strategic investment that will reshape the energy landscape of our country and the region. Uganda's acquisition of 20.5% shares in KPC, Kenya Pipeline Company, as well as the development of the East African crude oil pipeline that stretches 1,443 kilometers from Hoima through Tanzania to Tanga, which is about to be commissioned, by the way. This demonstrates the scale of cross-border cooperation, infrastructure planning, and investment coordination, which is required to unlock Africa's petroleum resources in a structured and economically viable way. The challenge before us is not simply to develop such projects, but to ensure that they strengthen national economies, that they deepen regional integration, and that they create lasting value for our citizens. Why research and innovation is very key, colleagues. We must recognize that research and innovation are the foundation for sustainable development. Research provides evidence needed to support sound policy, effective regulation, and prudent investment decisions. It helps us forecast demand, evaluate least cost options. If we are targeting to have affordable power, we must be careful on the cost of investment, because that contributes 60% to the end user tariff. So when you go wrong at the beginning, there is no way you can be right at the end. Affordability means having the tariff where people can afford to buy this electricity. So with research, we are able to determine the least cost options. We are able to understand the infrastructure gaps. We are able to improve systems and system operations. And therefore, we are able to anticipate the future risks. In electricity, research is essential for generation planning, transmission, reinforcement, renewable energy integration, system stability, and power trade, all of which support lowering of costs and ensuring affordability of our people. In petroleum, it is just as important for demand forecasting, fuel quality management, storage optimization, logistics planning, cleaner fuels and supply security, and aspects many countries that have come to appreciate from the ongoing supply disruptions occasioned by the conflict in the Gulf region. Innovation is critical as it helps us turn that evidence into practical solutions. In the power subsector, that may include digital monitoring, smarter dispatch tools, grid modernization, better metering, and more efficient utility operations. In petroleum, it may include improved production tracking, better logistics systems, stronger safety management, and new approaches to infrastructure financing and market oversight. But here again, we must ask ourselves, are our innovation responding to the real needs of our people, our economies, and our institutions? Are they improving service delivery? Are they reducing inefficiencies? Or are they strengthening resilience where it matters most? Those are critical questions, colleagues. Therefore, the opportunities to spur energy affordability and security and sustainability have been identified, and I request that there will remain areas of discussion for you, the regulators, the operators, the policymakers. We have to take care of the following 4. And I would like to suggest, there are 5 actually, as priorities. For our region, 1 is that we must strengthen the bridge between research and decision-making. Too many strong studies remain on our shelves, while too many sector decisions are made under pressure, without enough evidence, but because of pressure. We need institutional mechanisms that make it easier for policymakers, regulators, and utilities to draw from local and regional research in real time. Conferences such as this one should not end as conversations only. They should feed directly in regulatory learning, investment choices, utility reforms, and sector strategies. We must turn PowerPoints to power pools and support the power pools by providing budgets that can allow these innovations to be implemented. So we must align ourselves. The second one is that we must invest in data quality. Data quality is critical. Data sharing, that data must be utilized. It's not for you for keeps. You must share. You cannot shine alone. Vertical and horizontal sharing is very critical. You must invest in digital capability. Good regulation and good planning depend on credible data. The future energy systems will be far more digital than the one we inherited. Smart metering, geospatial planning, remote monitoring, productive maintenance, demand analytics, distributed energy management, and cyber-resilient infrastructure will become increasingly central. If we do not invest in digital capability now, affordability and security will remain harder to achieve. The third one is that we must deepen regional integration. My president is the champion. You all know that is the champion of regional integration. He dreams it, he talks it. He does not believe so much in borders. You remember the issue of Mijingo Island, how the president solved it? Let the stone be in Kenya. Why are you fighting? We the small ones were fighting Mijingo. We went to London. What are you fighting for? We must remove border barriers. We must share. So we have to deepen our region integration. No country in our region should think of energy security only within its own borders. Interconnections, power trade, harmonized standards, coordinated planning, and knowledge exchange are essential. Regional trade can lower costs, can reduce reserve margins can improve resilience and optimize the use of diverse resources across countries. But it requires trust, transparency, and interoperable systems and institutions that are prepared to cooperate consistently. We have to trust one another. We have to support one another. We have to appreciate what the other brother can offer to the other sister or the other brother. That is the foundation. The fourth one is that we must focus innovation on end user value. Not innovation for just. Not innovation for making history, just. But the use of what you have innovated, the value. It is not enough to celebrate pilot projects if they do not lower costs, they do not improve services, or widen opportunity. We should ask of every innovation, does it make energy more affordable? We have to be catalytical. We have to be deliberate. Does it contribute to reliability of power? Does it contribute to more productive or productivity? More inclusive? Are we seeing a more sustainable system after using that innovation? If the answer is unclear, then the innovation has not yet done enough. The last one, the fifth one, is that we must invest in people. The energy transition is ultimately a human capital challenge. We need engineers, economists, planners, policy analysts, technicians, legal experts, software developers, entrepreneurs, financiers, and communicators who can work across disciplines. In Uganda, when we heard that we might be having commercial oils, international oil marketing companies flocked in. And they told the president, you actually don't have commercial oils. And the president said, okay, bye-bye. The president picked Ugandans, sent them to Norway, Stavanger, London, University of Dundee, to study. And it requires patience. And my president is one of those who is really sometimes annoyingly patient. Sometimes. For you, you want to, But he's very patient. So Ugandans were trained. They came back and discovered commercial oil in 2006. Themselves. They were able to sit and did negotiate. All the agreements were negotiated by Ugandans. They are the ones in charge of regulation, the Ernest Ruvondos. They are the ones, the Irene Bateves, those geologists. Petroleum development is in the hands of Ugandans in Uganda. And this year we are expecting to see commercial, the first oil. This year. The crude oil. The refinery is taking shape. The joint development agreement is being signed. Uganda National Oil Company, Proscovia Nabanja, CEO, a woman. Okay? They are the ones in charge, representing government, holding 15% state participation in the production sharing agreement. We are in there. We know what guys are doing. So please, the continent called Africa must invest in human capital. AI is instructed by a human being first. It is your brain that instructs. The computer, what you put in is what you get out. Garbage in, garbage out. So the human capital, the human brain, is what God created, and it is the foundation. It is the one that instructs every other things to come in. So my fifth point is really to make sure that we invest in people. This one, we cannot run away from it. We need young researchers, the youth, and I'm sure some of them are in the room, must be ready and fit to take on the mantle before they get engaged in other obligations, matrimonial and everything. You have to, focus on thinking, critical thinking. We will support, and I hope that we will apportion relevant budgets to really support these proposals. Those young researchers are not only technically strong, but also able to translate their work into policy and implementation. So we need institutions as well to support them, institutions that will reward problem solving, integrity, and public service. Integrity is in capital letters. We need integrity. Those are the five proposals, I think. There could be many others, but if we focused on those, we will see an affordable security supply of electricity. It will be secure, it will be affordable. So we must also remember that affordability is influenced by several factors, which include system efficiencies, investment or approaches, utility performance, supply chain issues, infrastructure adequacy, and government structures, among others. Likewise, energy security is not simply about having installed capacity or fuel on the market at a given time. True security means resilience. It means systems that can withstand shocks, systems that can adapt to the changing conditions and continue to support households and businesses and industries. Colleagues, with the ever-increasing competition for limited public resources, the creation of sustainable financing ecosystem is vital for sustainable economic growth and thereby affordability and sustainability. Achieving these calls for strategic partnerships with our development partners and leveraging private sector funding and participation. I'd like to thank those that are partnering with us. On my way to this room, I went through the exhibition. There was a KCB who is investing, working with the government of Kenya, supporting the G2G system, and others that have partnered with us. We need this kind of partnership so that we can achieve the blending financing that we need. Ladies and gentlemen, affordability and security should not be treated as competing goals in the long run. Unaffordable energy is insecure because it weakens consumers, it weakens industries, it weakens public support. And insecure energy is unaffordable at all. because outages and losses and emergency procurements, some bad-hearted people go through such to do their things. Procurement, you have to do direct procurement, special procurement, you know, it's sometimes it's an opportunity for some people to do what they want to do most. So we have to make sure that we move away from outages so that we procure as planned. We procure according to plan, and therefore we will be sure of the quality of the equipment, the quality of the goods that you have procured. In conclusion, I want to call upon us to really continue to strengthen evidence-based decision-making while ensuring that innovation remains purposeful and solution-driven. Strong institutions, sound policies, and effective regulations must be anchored in credible research, reliable data, and practical analysis. I hope that this conference will fully address the aspects of regional energy policy and regulation with a focus on harmonized frameworks, use of new and emerging technologies, energy efficiency. Uganda has recently passed an energy efficiency and conservation bill. It's now an act. I hope the president has assented to it. And this bill introduces energy auditors that will be visiting industries to check on what appliances you are using. Because if you don't use the reliable appliances, you end up losing power, and yet we want to reduce power losses. So that act is going to help Uganda. We also have to, through harmonized frameworks, we'll have to learn how to use new and emerging technologies and sustainable renewable energy integration and innovative financing instruments, among others. Africa's energy future will not be secured by ambitions alone. No, it will be secured by the choices that we make, all of us, policymakers, regulators. The choices that we make are very critical. We also have to do original thinking and partnerships. We have to have disciplined institutions and the resolve with which we can act. I am confident that working together, we can build energy systems that are affordable, that are secure, that are resilient, that are truly transformative for our people, and that can support one another. The mining sector is very critical. The target now is the critical minerals. Critical to who and critical for who? Critical minerals are being hunted for now. Before you know it, you are seated on a critical mineral. So we have to bear in mind the importance of harmonized policy in the region. If Uganda passed a law on value addition for her minerals, no exportation of unprocessed minerals out of Uganda, why would Kenya allow export of unprocessed minerals? Why would Tanzania allow this? Value addition has to be done in country to support technology transfer, job creation, and maximization of the benefits from these minerals. All this requires affordable, reliable electricity. May this conference strengthen partnerships, therefore. May it spark solutions and accelerate the journey towards affordable, secure, and sustainable energy for all, for social and economic transformation of our people. I thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Minister, please remain on stage. Thank you so much. Please kindly remain on stage. Thank you for those insights. Another round of applause for her. Thank you. We love to hear from our sister nation, Uganda, and congratulations on all you're doing. We'd now like to take a photo opportunity to commemorate the official opening of this conference. I'd like to request to join us back on stage the following. The Acting Principal Secretary, if you would, sir, please join us. Members of the board of EPRA who are here, please join us. Dr. Mtua, I believe you're also still in the room. Please join us. The Acting Deputy Director for Regulatory Research and Policy Analysis, please join us. Njoki on stage. I'd like to ask our camera people to be prepared to take this photo as we mark the official opening of this event. Name a few more: the Africa Development Bank, KPC, Trinity, Stima Sacco, the Danish Energy Agency, UNDP. Thank you, ma'am. Timbuktu, Basi, I think we have UNICAF also sponsoring the youth hackathon that's happening in the other room. A round of applause to all of our sponsors. We thank you very, very much indeed for supporting us. Now, I know that I did recognize visitors from Africa and beyond, but I didn't recognize Kenyans, did I? No, that's a bit of Kenyan culture. Kenyans in the room, good morning. Kenyans in the room, good morning. Please stand. Let's show people how we do it in Kenya. Please stand. If you're a Kenyan in the room, stand up and say Tunataka Power. You're all laughing. I meant Kenya Power. I meant Tunataka Kenya Power. All right, we're going to have our own photo opportunity. Fantastic. It's a time to stretch a little bit before we get into the next session. I want you to look at your neighbor, hopefully a neighbor you don't know, and tell them, Mimi ndio niko. And then I want you to translate it for someone who's not a Kenyan. It means I am the one who's here. I am the one who's here. Everyone else can rise on their feet. It's a good time to shake hands, to exchange contacts, to take a picture or a selfie. Our hashtag today is hashtag EPRA Research Week 2026. So I'm a little lonesome myself. I think I'll take a selfie with the rest of the room. But would you help me? You know, if you don't take a picture and post it on social media, they'll say we never came. Is that true? So now's a good time, if you were not on stage taking a photo, to take a photo and use the following hashtag if you're posting on social: EPRA Research Week 2026. Thank you very much indeed. Please take your seats. So now this brings us swiftly to our first panel, speaking to us on the thematic area, the African outlook on energy affordability and security in sustainable development. Now, this, I'm sure you'll agree, could not be a more timely discussion in the times that we now live, with the recent geopolitical events around the world and the questions of climate impact and sustainability. We have an exceptional panel to kick us off today. It's moderated by Mr. Ken Mugambi, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Trinity Energy Limited. As he comes on stage, let's give him a round of applause and allow me to properly introduce him to you. Mr. Ken Mugambi, are you in the room? A round of applause for him. Ken is a strategy and energy professional with over 17 years experience in developing bespoke energy solutions to address some of the leading energy challenges facing Africa. Go ahead, sir. He has worked extensively within both the public and private sectors in the East African region, in the areas of strategy development and execution, growth ventures, acquisitions, joint ventures, and operational improvements within the energy sector. He is passionate about transforming livelihoods through innovative energy sector-focused social entrepreneurship solutions. He is a 2016 Mandela Washington Fellowship finalist, recognized for his work in driving energy inclusivity for lower income groups. Ken is currently the Group CEO of Trinity Energy Limited, a rapidly growing Pan-African integrated energy player that is at the forefront of spearheading homegrown energy solutions for Africa. A round of applause for Ken. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Under his leadership, Trinity Energy has grown from a South Sudan-focused downstream petroleum fuels retail company into a diversified energy group operating in 5 countries with activities spanning across the petroleum value chain as well as in power generation. Ladies and gentlemen, another hearty welcome to Mr. Ken Mugambi and his panel.
Thank you very much for that glowing introduction. Our chief guest this morning, Honorable Ruth Nakabirwa, Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Our hosts and representing the Cabinet Minister for Energy and Petroleum Kenya, Mr. Mohamed Birik, acting PS. The chairman of EPRA, Mr. Adam Hassan Haji, alongside your board members. Acting DG EPRA, Dr. Engineer Joseph Okech, Director Research at EPRA, Dr. Mutua, alongside your team, distinguished participants and representatives of regional regulatory agencies that were introduced here. All protocols observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, let me take this opportunity to sincerely appreciate EPRA for this invitation and this wonderful event, regional event. I've been privileged to participate in the last 2, I think, research conferences, and I'm really glad to see the growth and the innovation in the conference itself, in the conversations, the depth of the conversations, but also the growth in participation to include other regional regulatory agencies. So well done to EPRA, and we are truly proud to be associated with this event as Trinity Energy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome you to this EPRA Regional Research and Innovation Conference panel on Africa Energy Outlook, Affordability, Security, and Sustainable Development. We've seen what has happened in the recent past, global shocks, including COVID, Russia-Ukraine conflict, and now just recently the Middle East, the Middle East developments, and the impact these have had on price volatility and the risk perceptions for the oil and gas, as well as the power markets. We've seen disruptions in traditional energy trading routes and emergence of new ones. We are now seeing Africa as a major supplier of refined petroleum products into Europe as a testament to the resilience and innovation of our continent. You've seen what the Dangote refinery is doing now in terms of really disrupting energy supply. So in the midst of all these dynamics and changes, Africa faces three-way challenge: rapidly rising demand, persistent affordability gaps, and an urgent need to decarbonize. Our honorable chief guest mentioned, and I found out very profound, that it doesn't matter at what point we've come into the energy conversation. The issue of energy transition, we all have to embrace the issue of energy transition, and I think that's very powerful, even as we discuss the trade-off between access and affordability and transition. So today, our panel conversation will focus on practical steps East Africa and the wider continent can take to keep the lights on, costs down, and energy transition on track, and overall ensure that our economies continue the growth trajectory, especially in the more volatile environment that we are living in. So to guide us in navigating this important subject of the trilemma between affordability, security, and sustainability, I'm privileged to host in this panel 4 experts drawn from regulatory, financing, infrastructure, and advisory areas. Allow me to go straight to inviting the panelists, starting with Professor Geoffrey Aori Mabea. Professor, if you may come up as I'm reading your bio. Professor Geoffrey, yes, thank you. Please keep clapping. I understand as you clap, they come faster. Professor Geoffrey Aori Mabea is an internationally recognized leader in energy markets, design, regulatory leadership, and widely respected for shaping the strategic direction of energy sector transformation across Africa. His work bridges policy, markets, and institutional advancing resilient energy systems that support economic growth, regional cooperation, and long-term sustainability. As Chief Executive Officer of the Regional Association of Energy Regulators for Eastern and Southern Africa, an institution of COMESA, Professor Mabea provides visionary leadership to a multilateral platform at the forefront of Africa's energy transition. He directs initiatives that advance regional integration, enable efficient cross-border energy trade, and promote the development of interconnected power systems capable of supporting expanding economies. His leadership has accelerated the harmonization of regulatory and policy frameworks among member states, fostering stability, transparency, and investor confidence across increasingly integrated markets. Operating at the intersection of regulation, public policy, international solutions, and diplomacy, he engages policymakers, regulatory leaders, development, finance institutions, and global partners to align national priorities with regional ambitions. He previously operationalized and led the Energy Regulators Association of East Africa, and Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer, guiding the as Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer, guiding the institutions in a central force for regional coordination. He spearheaded the establishment of the East African Energy Union and established the Energy Regulation Center of Excellence. He is author of the Primer on Energy Economies and Policy book, a significant contribution that informs both scholarship and practice within the sector. He holds a PhD in energy, economics, and policy. A hearty round of applause to Professor George Aori Mabea. Our next panelist that I want to invite up is Ms. Noreen Araka. Noreen is a seasoned banker with over 22, yes, keep clapping as she comes up. This is where the money is at. Please clap. Noreen is a seasoned banker with over 2 decades of distinguished experience in banking. She is recognized as an energy finance specialist with extensive experience in structuring and delivering financing solutions for both private and public institutions across the energy and infrastructure sectors, including oil and gas, power generation, with a strong focus on renewables and utilities. Throughout her career, she has played a pivotal role in advancing complex transactions that support regional economic growth and energy development, while maintaining a strong commitment to risk management and sustainable value creation. Noreen currently heads the oil and gas sector within corporate banking in KCB, Kenya. She also serves in the board of the Petroleum Institute of East Africa. Her leadership extends beyond traditional banking, as she is a dedicated sustainability champion, spearheading initiatives that embed sustainable banking practices and green financing principles, ensuring alignment with the global and environmental responsibility. She holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree, Banking and Finance from Kenyatta University, and is an alumni of Strathmore Business School, MBA. She also holds a Pan-African Executive MBA certification from ISA Business School, Spain. Noreen has, over the course of her career, received numerous professional training and accreditation in various fields, from which include the mechanics of project finance, environmental and social risk management from UNEP FI, certified credit skills, various leadership courses, to name a few. She's passionate about mentorship and has mentored many upcoming leaders, including young women in both the early career and middle management levels. Welcome, Noreen. A round of applause for Noreen. My next panelist is Miss Zilpa Michelle Abongo. Zilpa Hall is a General Manager, Strategy and Commercial Services at Kenya Pipeline Company. She holds an MSc in Economics and Policy of Energy and Environmental and the Environment from the University College London. She has 17 years consolidated middle and downstream oil and gas experience in high-level policy formulation, strategy creation and execution, oil and gas trading, supply logistics, and distribution across the Great Lakes region and East Central Africa. Her sectoral experience spans various private sector companies, including Kenya Shell, now Vivo Energy, Bakri International, Adax and Oryx Group, Hashi Energy, as well as project consulting on strategy and market penetration. In her current role, she's steering the strategy docket at Kenya Pipeline Company to inform regional policies on market and integrated infrastructure systems and commercial decisions on corporate and regional investments. She also heads the commercialization efforts of the KPC nascent fiber optic cable portfolio towards Kenya digitization plan. She's also a pioneer member of the KPC Foundation's Board of Trustees. Please, a round of applause for Michelle. Last but not least, allow me to invite up Stanis Drohon. I hope I pronounce your French. I murdered it. Okay, you're my friend. You'll forgive me. So, okay, I'll stick with Stan, the way I'd call you. So Stan is a S&P Global Africa Head of Fuels and Refining. Yes. He has been working for more than 20 years in Africa Energy Affairs I got to know Stan well over 17 years ago, as he was consulting for a company I was working then. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to work alongside him on various initiatives. Business development and strategy. His work experience includes Africa Business Development Manager at BB Energy, along with Head of Strategy and Business Development for Africa at Puma Energy, where he was part of Africa Executive Team. Another round of applause for Stan. So we will start our panel conversation with a scene setter presentation from Stan, and then we'll take a deep dive into the conversations based out of the wonderful remarks by our chief guest today, as well as Stan, and prior to that, obviously, the introductory and welcome remarks from both the representatives of the minister and the DG EPRA and others that have spoken before. So I don't know if Stan's presentation is up. Okay, please.
Thank you very much, Ken. We know each other for 15 years. You got my first name wrong and my family name wrong. I don't know what type of friendship that is, but anyway. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ken, for observing so greatly the protocol, so I will consider all protocol being observed. Let me say a special thanks to the EPRA team for the invitation, and to Minyoki in particularly, and a special greeting to my fellow colleagues from the land of the brave. Due to a time constraint, I will remain very superficial and straight to the point. It's going to be a bit of a, let's say, provoking conversation, because I think we're here also to engage, so apologies in advance, but we also have the Q&A to refine some of the points that will be covered here. So most of this presentation will be about the elephant in the room, which is the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, the war between Iran, Israel, and the US. I think we should look at it a little bit like a tsunami, right? So when you have a tsunami coming, first of all, you have a earthquake. And while you survive the earthquake, you're very happy about that. But what you forget is after the earthquake, when you're on the beach, for example, then the wave is coming. It's not coming straight now. It comes, a few hours, if not days later. And I think this is the way we need to look at the situation in Iran. So I think it's very critical in that context, given that we also have a lot of regulators to think about how we can build energy resilience going forward for the continent. So as a matter of introduction, I'm Stan Drochon. I'm heading Africa Fuel and Refining at S&P Global Energy, which is the leading information and advisory firm when it comes to our sector. So there are three parts of the presentation: global context, pre-war, what does the Iran war mean for the oil market, and what are the implications for the region and Kenya in particular. So there are three key themes that we looked at, right? And that was, again, pre-war. So first is global. Demographic slowdown globally, but that doesn't really apply to a region. The second one is geopolitical rivalry, so changing geography of trade and supply chains. I think that sounds a little bit familiar because this is what we are seeing now. We saw that with what happened in Venezuela a few months ago, and now what's happening now. And energy decarbonization, I think we'll probably notice that this is a bit less on the agenda essentially since COVID and the Russian-Ukraine war. It's even less on the agenda since the events that we see in the Middle East. So talking about the energy trinity, right? So we talk about security, affordability, and sustainability. What we've been seeing is an energy transition is being reset, right? And what we mean by that is that security and affordability are becoming more important than sustainability. So energy security is being increasingly seen as national security, and we'll come back to it. That's even more true with regards to the current event. And affordability, well, energy dominance is economic dominance, right? And that has been magnified by what's happening in the US. So what that means concretely for our country is that there will be more focus on national resources, a reassessment of what is strategic, what is important, but there's also less appetite for high-cost, low-carbon options, right? And this is something that has notably hit Europe. And this reset that was already happening before the events in Iran, which we think strongly accelerate in the context of the current war. So what the Iranian war means for the oil market. So here you have on this graph, this is what was the vessels that were crossing the Strait of Hormuz before and after the closure. So you can see that obviously from early March, we had a little bit of a problem. Very concretely, there used to be 20 million barrels per day of oil, crude and product transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. Now the Strait of Hormuz is virtually closed. That basically we can assume is close to zero, right? So there are bypasses, but broadly, we are losing 15% of global crude and refined product supply. We're not losing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%. We are losing 15% of global oil supply. That's not small. So that's a tsunami that is coming. Now, how do we see things, right? So it's very simplified way of looking at things, but, well, after Hormuz was closed, then, well, obviously the flow stops, right? That the next step or the next phase of the crisis is supply crisis, right? And this is where we're entering now. And I'll give an example. If you look at EPRA, which is basically Northwest Europe, the jet fuel stocks were on 5 years high in January this year. But right now, they are on 5 years low. So the stocks of jet fuel decreased by 40% in a matter of just a few months. And the next phase might be demand crisis. So either there is no molecules, so there are shortages, or there is demand destruction because prices are crazy high. So people cannot afford. So, when you lose 15% of global supply, the only way for demand to adapt to this lesser supply is through unaffordable prices, which is demand destruction. And obviously that's not cute and has a lot of implications for our people. Here you see the increase of prices. I'm sorry, I just have the latest level that was April 6, which is 2 weeks ago. But essentially what we saw when you look at petrol, diesel, and jet fuel prices out of the Arabian Gulf is that versus pre-war, they doubled for petrol and they virtually tripled for diesel and jet fuel. So if you want to source from there, and I'm not talking about shipping costs, they also went for the roof and extra premiums. If you just look at prices of molecules in that to source from that area, that has been doubling or tripling. Someone has to pay for those extra costs, right? And this is where, I'm happy I'm not a regulator, because this is probably today the most difficult job in the market. What can regulators do if the sourcing of the molecules is double or triple the price it used to be? Well, there are essentially two bad options, right? So either you pass all the increase of prices to the consumers, and then people complain. It seems like we're going to have some complaints today in Nairobi, right? So prices are too high, people are not happy, and we can understand that. Or we can subsidize. But the money has to come from somewhere. And who is drinking, who is eating the subsidies? Those are not necessarily the people in remote areas, in the villages, right? The people that are eating most of the subsidies are people that are on a car. Even more that are on an SUV, on a per capita basis, they consume much more than people who really need it, actually. So this is why we're saying subsidies and inefficient spending. Now, the regulator's dilemma is obviously a political dilemma, right? Now, what we saw last month, or over the past 30 days, basically, is many African regulators took a soft approach for April. They've been reducing or cutting taxes and levies, and are using national energy funds while passing some relatively strong price increases, right, around 20%. Now, how sustainable is that going forward? What about May? What about June? What about July? And we have very often this question, when is Strait of Hormuz going to reopen? I have no idea, to be honest. One day it's going to reopen, the other day is closed. So I think as regulators, it's very important, and as ministries, it's very important to keep in mind that we don't have really a strong view on what's going to happen. So we need to get ready for bad news for longer, right? Now, the long-lasting global consequences of the war are the following, which is energy security tends to be more important than affordability and certainly much more important than sustainability. Diversification will accelerate, energy mix optimization, local sources will be critical. Flexibility becomes more important. And last but not least, redundancy becomes acceptable because energy security is becoming so important. Again, we haven't seen really the wave as of now. The only signals that we had is the earthquake, which has the prices. But, another wave, the real wave might come with just, there is no product available or at $2,000–3,000 per ton. Now, what are the implications for the region, right? So on this graph, you see where those different countries used to import fuel from, right? So over the past 3 years, that's pre-war. So you can see in red, this is countries importing from within Hormuz. Those volumes are gone. They are not there anymore. In orange, this is from Middle East outside of Hormuz. So it's essentially still available in theory, which is Oman and Western Saudi mostly. And in blue, there was outside of the Middle East. So it can be India, Northwest Europe, US, and so on. Now, if you look from Djibouti, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, South Africa, and Namibia were all importing more than 50% of the fuel requirement from the Middle East. And when it comes to Djibouti, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, and South Africa, that was more than 40% within Hormuz. So what is red is gone. Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to run dry necessarily, but that means that they have to source from somewhere else. And the other countries like Angola, Nigeria, Togo, Ghana, and Senegal that were not so reliant on the Middle East for their imports, well, they're going to compete with all the fellow countries to secure the molecules that are still available in the market. And this is what's driving increase in prices, right? So everyone will compete for access to molecules, and that will not be cheap because of supply-demand imbalances. On this graph, you see what we've seen in some key markets, the price adjustments that have been made over the past months, right? On average, across Eastern, Western, Southern Africa, we had 20–30% prices increase, and that take at the pump, and that take into account a lot of sort of either official or non-official subsidies, right? But we haven't incorporated for most of those markets the real increase in international prices. So there is probably more to come, unfortunately. Now, what do we mean by long-term security of supply? This is very important, right? Because security of supply is going to be really at the center of everything in the next few months. We need enough storage capacities, we need enough transportation capacities, and we need diversification of supply sources. So that can be refineries, ports, import terminals, and so on. Now, you can see that there is a capital S for each of those. So the more you have, the more your long-term security of supply is secured, right? I didn't know that Honorable Minister was here, but I was taking the example of Uganda. I mean, Uganda, with all the respect, are really a strategy in place. Uganda took advantage of KPC's IPO to take 15% to KPC. That is running notably the pipeline from Mombasa to Eldoret, but from Eldoret, it's just very close by to the Ugandan border. They have a refinery project in Oima, 60,000 barrels per day. There have been some investment over Victoria Lake to take advantage of barges, and there is Jinja storage project as well. So, despite being a landlocked market, there are ways to optimize your security of supply. For our maybe Kenyans do not realize that, but when you in Kenya are sneezing, in Uganda they take the flu. In 2007, 2008, there were some let's call that political events in Kenya, and there were serious shortages in Uganda because they are a landlocked market. And the same applies to South Sudan. When there are problems in Tanzania, well, the same applies to Burundi, Rwanda, Eastern DRC, Zambia, and Malawi because they depend on their neighbor. Now, how do you ensure your continued supply or your market is wet when you have a supply interruption? So typically when you're in oil shock scenario like we are now, well, what you can do is you can restrict demand. So, you tell people, well, you can only buy 5 liters at the service station. Is that acceptable? That's, you restrict demand. That's not really acceptable. That's politically very sensitive. You can increase refining production. We don't have a refinery production in Kenya. We don't have actually any refinery from Sudan down to Maputo, right? They're all closed. So it's not possible in that region. In Nigeria now, thanks to Dangote, well, they can increase refining production. This is what Dangote refinery has been doing. Now they are producing at 100% capacity, right? But for most markets in Africa, because of the absence of refinery, you cannot increase your refining production. The last thing is you can use your strategic stocks, but do we have strategic stocks? Everyone has been talking about strategic stocks for 20 years that have been in the industry. Yeah, very, very few countries have been implementing it because that has a cost. So strategic stocks, for example, if you're part of the IEA, which is international agency, you are mandated to have 90 days of crude and fuel imports, right? But that doesn't really apply to most markets in the region, and that might create really a problem. So what is the impact on Africa if we have a prolonged disruption? So we think net importers and landlocked countries are the most exposed. So what does that mean? We might see, and we start seeing actually, because we start being there, we already have 1 foot into the situation. Increase in supply costs leading to unaffordable prices, that has socio-political consequences. Demand destructions in prices remain higher and higher for longer. Delays to subsidy phase-out schemes and or reintroduction of subsidies. Like Ethiopia or Angola was supposed to phase out subsidies, but in Ethiopia last month they doubled the amount of subsidies that they are giving to the people because the prices are going too high. So we are moving a little bit backward on this. Physical shortages, rationing of volumes, that will have social-political consequences as well, and the local markets broadly are the most exposed. Rise in black market sales and smuggling, particularly when you have your neighbors subsidizing the market and you don't, so increase in smuggling. Diversification of supply, or you cannot import from the Middle East anymore, so what? More Singapore, India, Dangote, so on. But those refineries also need to secure crude supply that in many cases is coming from the Middle East, so we might just be short of molecules. Rise in Russian imports. Importantly, notably for Kenya, and also Uganda, drop in tourism, higher fertilizer cost. I think 40% of fertilizers in Kenya are imported from the Middle East, urea. That will impact the people in the agriculture sector, your people. Forex shortages, that will all have socio-political consequences. Now, there is an upside for exporters of LNG, crude, and oil products, and also countries, notably islands, that have bunkering hubs. Now, more long-term impact, right? We think that there will be a more important sense that energy security is a matter of national security. So there will be a push potentially to use indigenous resources that will be seen as strategically critical. We might see more CNG, more biofuel, more electric vehicles, but all of those require adequate policies in place, execution, and broad support from the government and the private sector. That is not going to happen in 2 weeks. That is really like post-Iranian war. There is a window of opportunity to finally implement and sell your strategic stocks policy. If there are regulators here, national companies, go to your honorable, go back to the MZE. You've been talking, we all have been talking about strategic stocks policy for so long, and now I'm sure people are asking you, where are strategic stocks? Well, they are here, we had the project for so long, but we didn't have the money for that. But now maybe, people will realize the importance of strategic stocks. You need to pay for that, but, you don't need them until you need them, right? And we are really into that situation. It's also an opportunity to revive regional integration. Regional natural gas network, typically between Kenya and Tanzania, for example. Maybe regional refineries as well. Interconnection, it's not written here because I'm an oil and gas guy, but electrical interconnection. Kenya used to import 1-2% of this power supply from abroad. Now we are at 12-13%. So, thanks around Grand Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia. That's a positive sign. But we can do more, and that's the window to do more. And lastly, I think it's quite interesting is the rebalance of risk perception regarding oil and gas investments amongst others. I think Middle East maybe might have been under risk or considered as, not risky, and Africa is risky, we all know that. But no, I think maybe, there will be a rebalance of risk. People will look at Africa very, very differently. Maybe actually our region is not as risky as the Middle East when you think about it. So we can expect a rebalance of international companies' portfolio towards, maybe South America and Africa particularly. If you look at, for example, Namibia, we expect final investment decision on a large offshore field. Well, that plays in favor of majors diversifying their investments outside of the Middle East. Maybe after all, Africa broadly is not as risky as the Middle East, so we shouldn't pay or impose that premium on investments here. So we think it's a positive thing for the region. Finishing now. So 5 key takeaways. There are still a lot of uncertainties on how the situation will evolve, but there are long-term implications that will be massive. This is our understanding. Time is on nobody's side. The more time passes, the more security of supply and prices will be at risk for consumers and also for government. Security of supply equals national security. And if the Strait of Hormuz is reopening tomorrow, the flows are not going to normalize either, right? It's going to take a lot of time to reopen some of the refineries within Hormuz, to reopen some of the oil fields there for crude flows to reflow and so on. The current crisis might very well be the largest oil market disruption ever, especially for our continent. And we think that importers will be hit quick and hard, and long market even quicker and harder. Now, strategic stocks are made for such situation, even if they do not last forever. But maybe it's time to revive the discussions about strategic stocks. It's also a window to boost regional collaboration. Talk about import terminals, pipelines, refineries. And, again, Kenya and Uganda are a good example of that, interconnections. So energy security is national security, but it's also regional security, right? So let's foster collaboration, within AC, within SADC, and so on. And it's also an opportunity to focus on local energy sources development. Here we have geothermal. Take the example of Kenya. Well, we have a lot of geothermal potential. We can import more from Ethiopia. What about EVs? What about, again, creating this pipeline of gas with Tanzania that has been on the table for so long, and also boost local upstream oil and gas. So yes, there is the Turkana discoveries that are moving forward, but what about our offshore potential? I think there might be more, right? It's also an opportunity for Tanzania to fast-track LNG developments. A lot of LNG is stranded in Qatar. Tanzania can be a plan B for that. More Mozambique can be done. So we think most African countries are highly exposed to the current supply shock, especially Eastern and Southern Africa because of geographical consideration and the absence of refineries. This is particularly true for Kenya on road transportation, so petrol, diesel, and LPG, but less on power, because we rely very much, not too much on thermal. But think about some islands like Mauritius and Madagascar. 50% of the power is HFO diesel. Think about Comoros and Seychelles. It's 100% that they rely on diesel and HFO, and prices are going to the roof. So that is very complicated. So there are a lot of risks, social, economical, political risks, but we also think that there are opportunities and potential upside, and hopefully we'll discuss that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stan. I think that's a good presentation to set the scene for this panel conversation. You've highlighted quite a number of items, and I particularly want to start the panel conversation on. Thank you. Okay. All right. Good. Yeah, good. All right. So your presentation has covered quite a number of very interesting areas, and I think for me one of the key things that have stood out is from your presentation is you've said that the priority for East Africa and Africa right now is energy security.
But I wanted to hear from the rest of the panelists, and I'll put this question across to all the other panelists, starting with Dr. Mabea. How, given the current state of global affairs and Africa's growth trajectory, what's your assessment of the current state of Africa's energy trilemma? Is a focus, where should our focus be? Is it on affordability, security, or sustainability, or all of them? And which of these is the most urgent for East Africa and Africa today?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And I really appreciate the presentation that we've just received, which covers most of the items that probably we'll be able to look at. For the last 1 month, the continent has undergone a drastic change and unexpected change. And if you look at it, we are basically looking at two elements, the molecules and the electrons. And this amounts to national security. But also, this has been a wake-up call for the continent. Indeed, what we have seen recently, and we are still seeing, is and has become quite impactful in the continent. The issue of security and affordability and sustainability, they are conjoined. You cannot be able to separate them. But as we speak, energy security is very critical. It's just like you have a patient who is sick. You could be having the money, but you are not able to, the expertise, or maybe there's no doctor, or maybe there's that we don't have drugs. We need this resource. It's very important also that at this point, the continent changes its strategy, and in particular, the region, to change on how we look and how we plan and how we develop these resources amidst prevailing or other factors like the available resources and everything else. I want to point out some few things here which I see the continent or the region should be able to emphasize on, and actually they've been raised here. We have been so reliant of oil from the Middle East and the rest, and yet the continent is endowed with vast resources. You have seen how Uganda and Tanzania have really accelerated the development of the ECOP, which has become sort of like a learning curve for all other parts of the continent. It is high time that integration that we think about, not just in electricity, but also in the petroleum subsector, be realized. This is the time we need the realization of the LAPSET and other intercontinental pipelines. And I will even challenge now, we even move higher, instead of basically building regional pipelines, but we have merchant pipelines in which we can be able to pool the resources between one country and the other. So what I can say is that as we move along, and we're not sure, by the way, how long these risks or maybe wars may take, we may need to re-strategize. We may need to consider how we are going to go about it, and especially even diversification of the same. Energy security is very important. I want to point out also another issue. We've taken, that's why we have a research conference. I'm very particular on diversification, but from a different perspective. Yes, we can consider the hydrocarbons and the rest, and several other ways. But we do have hydrogen, which is not tapped in the continent. I'm not hearing people talking about hydrogen. 20% of vehicles in China right now, long-distance vehicles, are utilizing hydrogen. What stops this continent and the region to utilize this?
diversification is very important. Energy security is very critical. Having our infrastructures well established and robust, then with the policies, these other things can come after. But I think with this, and also with political willingness that we have at the moment, we are going to change this region. Let us learn from what the other countries have done, even within the East African community, and we can be able to change that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mabea, for that. Noreen, what is your view, especially coming from a financial standpoint? What do you think really is a priority for Africa around the area of affordability, security, and sustainability? And where is the bank putting its money on these areas? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I must say thank you, EPRA, for really putting together this conference that has been very informative and also helps us to really share ideas across the different disciplines. Africa is at a very interesting crossroad because I think for a long time we have almost been in a sort of like an orchestra where the music is flowing. We are importing fuel. We have not had major disruptions in that cycle. But today we have seen with the Middle East conflict, the supply constraints and what that means for Africa and specifically our region, where we have basically been staring at a shortage of fuel. And you know what shortage of fuel means? It means that the economy literally grinds to a halt. It also means there is an upset in the political landscape when civil unrest and basically the citizenry starts to become very impatient. So I think energy security is still very key, given where we are in the continent. Energy affordability is also a big challenge which we must address. With over 90% of the rural folk staring into energy poverty, it means we must continue to accelerate the gains that we have made so far. When we're talking of 80% access for electricity, we still have the rural folk, staring into energy poverty. And obviously, we have to make use of the abundant resources that we have: solar, wind, geothermal resources. Methane at Lake Kivu region, LNG resources down in Tanzania. Having spoken of that, I really look at it as trade-offs, and I look at it from the angle of how can we minimize the trade-offs. From where we sit as financiers, we are actually pulling all the three levers together. Maybe if I can just speak very briefly on KCB side, we have continued to finance the G2G importation to ensure that there are no stockouts. And when this crisis came up, we had to quickly reorganize ourselves and look at, have discussions with the various government agencies to sort of project, now that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, where else are we looking? And we've been able to finance vessels which are coming from places like Antwerp or Rotterdam and in other locations. So the bank continues to focus on that to ensure that there's a security of supply. To date, we have financed close to 10 billion. Letters of credit have been opened for the G2G program, and we continue to do that. Secondly, we are also scaling up renewable energy as a financier. So that also speaks to the climate side. So it doesn't mean that since we have a challenge of security, we have to, slow down or abandon, all the other initiatives. KCB sits in a very unique space where we have the largest asset base in the region. We are the biggest bank in terms of asset base. So what that means is that we are able to undertake very critical infrastructure financing while also running with a BAU, which G2G today we consider it as a BAU. In terms of affordability, It is something also we are closely looking at through various partnerships, and probably I'll speak further down the line. But really, from where I sit, the biggest question that we should have in the room, since all these are pressing, with the security pressing the most, how do we then balance off the trade-offs? Thank you.
You know, Zilpa, you know, as KPC, obviously the biggest energy infrastructure player in the region, you look at investments in the long term. As an energy planner, I'm sure you look at investments in the long term. So there's a short term, obviously the concern around security, but where would you place your money now? Affordability, security, sustainability as an energy planner. Where would you place your bet?
A lot has been said about what should have been done, what can be done, and what should be done. And I think that sitting through various conferences and conversations over years, we've been asked why, as a region in East Africa, we do not plan in concert. So it was always Kenya doing something, Uganda championing something else, Tanzania doing the other, and then you had the Horn of Africa on its own, and then you had the islands segregated into their own cocoon, and ultimately the South was balkanized, as was West Africa. So I think that the crises in the energy sector have precipitated the need for us to collaborate, because it became inevitable that we need to figure out our own local solutions. Of course, that started pre-COVID, and now with the wars that, as everyone has indicated, and as we even discussed yesterday in the pre-conference, are likely not going to ebb over time, because the political tempos around the world, and with a very connected world globally, we are likely going to keep having to, jostle for resources. So ultimately, as an energy player, but also as a corporation, we are finding that we needed to move more into a place of implementation, because the ideas were there. Everything that Stan has talked about, or that is being discussed here, is matters that are, I think, very in the public space. Now, the policymakers were never quite, I think, acutely aware of how significantly they can reshape economies. And now that they are, starting from the level of the presidencies, we are finding that there's more traction. So from a KPC perspective, we have, funnily enough, been jostled from thought to action by a landlocked player, Uganda, that then pushed the government policy to enable that integration. I think it was more from a perspective of comfort or taking matters for granted that nothing had been done. But once Uganda, Rwanda, the Congo, Burundi fell into the shocks that befell Kenya in 2008, a lot has changed. And Kenya Pipeline Company, for instance, installed a new redundant line at the time to service the economy across from Mombasa to Eldoret. And over time, that redundant capacity has been surpassed, because when you enable infrastructure, you then enable energy access. And Uganda has then grown. It's actually growing in larger multiples than Kenya. So is Rwanda, and so is the Congo in terms of GDP. And therefore, they required, their demand slate increased to such an significant capacity that then now Kenya Pipeline Company, the government of Kenya, has to plan infrastructure, not just for ourselves, but with the region in mind. So I would say security will always be the number one priority for any policymaker. I think our ministry is in charge of now ensuring that that happens. But ultimately, it still has to come at some level of affordability, because you do not want to crush the economy as you're ensuring supply. So in the process, then the financing element becomes critical. And that's one of the reasons that Kenya Pipeline Company had to be divested from government ownership, because of the rigidity of a bureaucracy. Naturally, does not allow for decision-making to percolate into actual, from ideation to commissioning of a project. So Uganda, having seen the opportunity, bought a stake into the company, as did a smaller stake of it being going to Rwanda and other institutional investors, which now allows us to reconstitute ourselves as a more dynamic and more technically astute organization that can now plan CapEx for the medium term. So you'll find that in our 5-year strategy, that of course now we will have to work very hard in tandem with Uganda and the other regional economies to bring to life. The plan is to ensure security. So we're fast planning on further redundancies across Mombasa to Eldoret. We need an additional pipeline with even more supersized capacity. The Port Authority of Kenya actually expanded the inlets into the country, so with a supersized oil jetty and berth for allowing up to Panama Max vessels and even, if required, VLCCs with additional dredging. And then now we have the Kisumu oil jetty that facilitates waterway transportation into Uganda, that Uganda has so, I think, elegantly done in terms of, fabricating of vessels and enabling access around a marine waterway for the regional economy. And now we're trying to open up intermodally, not just rail transportation, but also by way of likely underwater or underground networks in terms of pipeline between Kenya and Uganda, and eventually, hopefully, into Kigali and into the DRC. So there is a planned expansion of pipeline between now and 2030 that will happen for then Uganda to be able to optimize their capacities that they have gained, and possibly for reverse flow of products into the eventual refinery that is being planned, for them to also optimize on their crude finds. And of course, on the northern side, the LAPSET project is not, it's a conversation that has stalled mainly because of funding, not because of lack of ideas. So most of the projects have happened by road and by rail network, and now what needs to happen is funding for refinery capability that likely will have to be reevaluated based on the crude oil reserves that we have, but more so on the access baths that have been scheduled that will then serve the northern parts of the continent. We have been in conversation with the islands. We do know they have a serious energy dearth. Relying only on fossil fuels for their activities is extremely crippling. And so with the Kenya Petroleum refinery assets that we acquired, there is massive land assets that we're trying to convert into usable commercial space for any potential investors to come and partner in. And that's indeed a place for PE, VC, and trading companies to come into, to convert the land or the idle refining and storage capacity into actual commercial space to either store and create economic arbitrage, or potentially have a strategic storage reserves that then will enable distribution of oil from a bulk breaking perspective into the region, but more so also into the islands. And with that, there's also been adjunct studies that we have been doing to enable connectivity, because one of our biggest operational expenses was around our system intercommunication through SCADA. And we have found a way to internally service ourselves for, as I said, technology and digital requirements that enable us run our systems on an uptime of about 90%. We're aiming for 100%, which then will mean that excess capacity can then go into the region via lake and via the Indian Ocean to the islands, and even as far out into the Asian market, or we can receive traffic from there and from the Middle East. So we're working on it from both a technology and cost perspective, but also from a physical infrastructure perspective. So the strategy is there. We now need to organize our capital, and we're working hard with the likes of PwC, with the banks, our creditors, to ensure that that is in place within the next 5 years, after which then we have built in both security and sustainability. We will then be working on pricing, because naturally after capitalization and deployment to market, we will then look at ways in which we can make the Mwananchi more, I think, appeased by the cost.
Yeah, excellent. So security, then affordability. I hear alignment around security. All of you have spoken about focus on security, and then affordability and transition. That seems to be the natural pathway, for addressing this trilemma. Zilpa has spoken extensively around what KPC is doing, and obviously these are huge infrastructure projects, a lot of financing required. The recent success of the KPC IPO really is a testament to the appetite of energy financing within the region. So, and Stan, you said from whatever is happening globally and the shocks in the Middle East, you're seeing increased flow of investment into the region and into Africa as a continent. So what would you say is the impact of the recent geopolitical events, and before that the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and the impact this is having on credit risk and project viability for energy companies and utility in Africa?
No, thank you. Just on affordability versus security, I mean, if you are very affordable but you have nothing to sell, you know, what's the point, right? So I think that it's quite logical that security is above. Now on the impact of the sort of the broad war, right? I think again that I mean we mentioned critical minerals, for example, right? The Honorable Minister mentioned that. I think we see that for Eastern Africa. We also see that clearly in Southern Africa. So there is really, you know, there's a Lobito corridor, for example, in Angola to have access to resources in DRC and potentially Zambia, right? So, and that's part of the geopolitical rivalries that I was mentioning, I think, in my second bullet on the second slide. So there is a bit of a geopolitical rivalry primarily between the US and China to have access to resources. And I think that, you know, those two countries, well, let's say the US is waking up a little bit, with all due respect, they are very eager to invest in the region, right? So I think on the other hand, I think we need to play it well on the policy side. So that's all about the transformation of local production, being minerals or oil and gas. I think there is also a window to have sustainability a little bit below now to push some of the project. I remember talking, that was maybe 4 years ago, to someone in private equity. He had a private equity firm, and he said, "Oh yeah, you joined this new company. You know, let's talk because we are looking at LPG." So I said, "Okay, no, sure." And 2 months later, I met him in Cape Town. And I said, "Well, you know, what about LPG?" He's looking, "No, forget about LPG, you know, because my backers, they think that LPG is dirty." I say, "What?" Yeah, no, LPG is, you know, it's hydrocarbon, you know, it's not very sustainable. I said, "No, it's fine. Then people will continue to burn charcoal and wood and cut forests, you know?" So I think we are a little bit, don't quote me please, but we're a little bit outside of this madness, right? So I think there is a bit more reasonable things. Issue of pipelines. I mean, we only have 2 international pipelines, top of my head, in Africa. And both of them were initially designed to be crude pipelines, right? So that's Tazama from Dar es Salaam to Ndola, and that's NOIC CPMZ from Beira to Harare. They were designed to be crude pipelines. So we haven't had the chance to build a full international fuel pipeline. So I hope that our colleagues of KPC, with the support of UNOC, will finally move this project forward. That has been, you know, sorry for the joke, but that's been the pipeline for what, 15 years. It makes a lot of sense. Because otherwise we are transporting, you know, our fuel with what? With trucks. So, you know, destroy your roads. It's inefficient, it's expensive, you have accidents, it's HSE. But yeah, it's not sexy, maybe, I don't know, to fund a fuel pipeline because oil is not the future. But our problem in the region is not, you know, energy transition. You're transitioning from what? The problem we have is energy poverty. Is it access to modern energy? In Namibia, for example, there is a country that has a pretty good socio-economic standards. 50% of people are not connected to the grid. Give our people, you know, energy, modern energy. Then after we can transition to something else. But I think the topic of energy poverty is a bit, it has to come back, you know, and that's a country cannot. I don't know of any country that has developed itself properly without modern energy. It doesn't exist. So how do we get there? Well, it's another question, but I think that's something that really has to be at the forefront, right? Stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stan. So as we then look at attracting investment into the region and de-risking, obviously, our energy projects, Dr. Mabea, you know, how do you see policymakers driving, and regulators, obviously, driving the necessary regulatory reforms that will be key to, you know, helping to improve security, as we've said, affordability, and attracting investments that then are geared towards protecting the consumers? Is it the area of, for example, relooking at tariffs that have, you know, incentive-based tariffs that position investors to drive a certain level of investment in exchange for, you know, maybe preferential tariffs? Or what sort of protection mechanisms then can encourage investments into energy projects in the region?
Thank you very much. Let me approach it from the regional perspective before I can narrow down to the national level. What we're doing, for example, at the regional level, as a regional regulator at the COMESA level, is to come up with robust energy frameworks that will support the harmonization of various frameworks in national member states. The purpose why we are carrying out this is to support member states to have robust methodologies which are tested, which have gone through research, and which can enhance investor confidence when they are looking at issues of tariff. Now, what is very critical for the investor is being able to recover their costs in both the petroleum sector as well as in the electricity sector. This gives them comfort. It also gives them the assurance that their really capital-intensive investments they are looking at will be recovered. But the only way you can be able to give this confidence is to be able to have, frameworks and laws and policies that are followed, that are clear, that are predictable, for them to have that comfort to invest. So yes, tariff is one thing which needs to be cost reflective, but in addition to being cost reflective, it should be predictable. I'm glad EPRA mentioned that they are now moving into the other phase of tariff review. We saw it recently in Uganda, and Tanzania is also in the process, and many other countries, member states from the COMESA region, which is very interesting and which is very attractive for the investors. So we need to provide this comfort, which is the critical thing. Now, at the regional level, we do have investors who will wish to invest in more than one country. And these investors will be interested in having what we call a harmonized tariff methodologies. Now, it is not harmonized price, but harmonized approach with which the mechanisms of arriving at this tariff is arrived. Now, when you are, probably as an investor, you understand and you can be able to see it and you can be able to predict, then it gives comfort. Because we're not looking at even in-country investment alone. We are encouraging regional investment. Let me also give you an example. At the moment, we are promoting cross-border energy trade, both in petroleum as well as in the electricity. In the electricity subsector, when you do not have these policies, for example, harmonized grid code, it becomes very difficult for us to operationalize the independent power system operators as well as the market operators. Now, we are looking at the Eastern Africa region right now to operationalize the market operator, which will be located in one of the countries. Wouldn't want to announce it now until it's officially out. Those are developments. Those are great development, and really those are some of the things that come after we have robust frameworks being developed. We do have an independent regulatory board hosted by Uganda, and they have already come up with those frameworks and policies that will support electricity cross-border trade. Now, let me switch to petroleum. You have realized that it is Africa that is leading in the establishment of petroleum regulatory authorities. Most countries worldwide have been making use of the ministries, but Africa has become so innovative, and this is really what I would like to encourage. Let us also establish these national petroleum regulatory authorities like has been established in Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, ERB in Zambia, and many other parts, and as well as Zimbabwe, many other parts. That way, we are able also to encourage, to give confidence to the investors who are coming in to invest in the petroleum sector. It is a sector that is quite strategic, like I had indicated earlier. The realization of these molecules in the petroleum sector and the flow of electrons in the electricity sector will ultimately be a driving factor of the economic growth in the continent. So that's really what we are doing, and that's why policies are very critical, and that's where we need to be focused. And now at the national level, it is also very important that we make use of the regional policies that have been developed so that you customize your laws. It will be easier, it will be faster, and it will be comforting for the development partners to find a ground that has already been prepared, and also that does not create any kind of uncertainty in the investment. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Dr. Mabea. And just speaking from what you've said, so yes, so we have the suggestions around the regulatory framework, but let me hear from a banker's perspective, Noreen, in terms of how the bank is adopting or navigating or addressing the appetite and its own risk assessment of energy projects, especially given, what's happening now globally, the geopolitical shocks that are happening. But alongside that also is, what do you think then governments, and we've heard a little bit from Dr. Mabea, but what do you think governments can do to reduce the project risk, but also alongside that, what should developers of these projects do to address some of the concerns that come across to bankers around project risk?
Thank you very much for those questions. I think they're very important because financing really is a catalyst for growth or for change in any society. From the banking side, maybe I can just briefly talk about what do we see as some of the challenges in financing energy projects. One of them, obviously, is the high perceived risks, and this can take the form of political instability in the region and sub-Saharan Africa, which basically leads to very high cost of capital. There's also the challenge of currency risk, where it also becomes very difficult to forecast the movement of currency against the local unit. We also see sponsors who have very great ideas, but maybe a bit lacking on the technical knowledge. There's also the issue of the kind of tenors that are usually sought for by sponsors, who basically require long-term financing. So for us, what we try to look at is how do we de-risk these projects and therefore make them bankable. And one of them is we have various instruments that basically give the bank comfort. One of them we can talk about is credit enhancement, which basically addresses counterparty risk. And this credit enhancement can be utilized by various parties, including the ECAs. We also have political risk insurance. So if we go to a country where the political instability is heightened, therefore we'll be calling for political risk insurance. We've been working closely with the World Bank's MIGA, which basically provides this kind of insurance. As a bank, we also do advise our clients on hedging instruments, where we're able to lock in currency forwards, whether it is a simple forward contracts or more sophisticated hedging tools that would basically provide a hedge against negative currency fluctuation. But what I'd like to speak probably to my colleague here from the government side, Mr. Mabea, is the PPAs. And I think a lot of work has gone into the PPAs in Kenya. For a while now, there was a moratorium that was imposed over several years, since 2021, to basically review the PPA framework. And I'm happy because what we are seeing now is an output where there is standardization of the PPAs, whether it is from a tariff perspective, but also on some of the clauses that are carried out. Where we sit as a country with the challenges we're having on the macroeconomic environment, one of the challenges we have seen is the inability of governments to provide the sort of guarantees that banks would look for. So that is one of the areas probably. And I like, because Honorable Ruth is looking at me smiling. For us, really that is the sweetener for the kind of solutions that we're giving the private sector. If we can get more of guarantees from the government for the huge infrastructure projects that are being undertaken, or any other kind of program that is there.
Thank you, Noreen. I think the call to action to both the sponsors of these events, of these energy projects, not events, but also to governments is very clear around de-risking. But also it's clear that our financial institutions in the region are coming of age. You spoke earlier about what KPC has done around, KECB has done around the G2G, funding the G2G, which is a big, has been instrumental in helping to address energy security for Kenya. Zilpa, as we look forward beyond, obviously, the current crisis, how do you see the role of KPC evolving as East Africa expands, into gas imports, biofuels, and also, you spoke about the Uganda refinery. So how do you see KPC evolving in this space of the dynamism around energy and energy infrastructure projects in the region?
And I believe Ken is speaking to KPC because it's currently the largest infra provider for the downstream segment. However, KPC is interconnected with UNOC, Uganda National Oil Company. It's interconnected with the other national agencies in different countries, and largely is also interconnected with gas projects as well as biorefining projects because of the assets that we hold. So it's not just about the company, but it's synonymity with the sector. So in responding to that, I will start off with the refinery, which we have spoken about, the trading side, because there's an opportunity for actual oil and gas movement, price discovery, as well as eventual offtake from there for just petroleum products. Crude oil is a conversation that's ongoing, subject to commercial terms being agreed. But of course, with the finds in Uganda, there's a lot of regional considerations as to whether or not they're viable. LPG is also a very critical equation for the energy mix in the economy and in the regional one as well. wherein we find that in terms of large-scale investment, most of it is happening in the port of Mombasa, really by far the largest across the region, and that will then require that it is aggregated in some kind of policy. I know the regulator has been working on a pricing mechanism as well as a methodology for offtake, common use, as well as eventual distribution, which is far from complete, because once you have the infrastructure for access, you still do not have the reticulation mechanism, neither do you have the end use mechanism that would eventually get into bottling and access into your homes, all the way to piping. So there's still work to be done, and I know the LPG growth strategy is at play. It will take several years to actually be felt by you, but nonetheless, this speaks to the need, and I think Noreen and Mr. Mabea have spoken slightly to this, but there's been ongoing, consistent conversation about PPPs and how it is they're structured in this sector. Because of the heavy tickets of the capex that's required, most people do not know where to start. So they'll either go to the ministry, or they'll go to the treasury, or to the presidency, or go to individual agencies like KPC, KenGen, Kenya Power, and have their own segregated agreements. But then there's so many variables that require interagency coordination that some projects just never get off the ground. So I think as we look at policy from, I think, an energy sectoral perspective, and that then lies with the minister, and I guess also credit to Honorable Ruth, because they're sort of doing that in Uganda, only not, to the kind of scale that we can, is that we need an agency that is the fast pit stop when someone has an idea. Now that we are a commercial entity, we may not fall within that circuit, and therefore we are left to ideate and eventually pipeline and demonstrate the capacity of these projects on our own and eventually commercialize them. And I think that's a challenge to the government. Now, moving away from LPG, there is the biofuel conversation, which again, on a bilateral sort of term, under the aegis of partly the ministry, but partly ENI, we have been able to come up with some sort of framework about how it is we want to cooperate. Now then, the World Bank had to be involved. We are now dealing with Kenya Civil Aviation Authority on how to even test that through commercial fuel. That's the sustainable aviation fuel, but that's only a fragment of what bioenergy could be in this country, and we're still battling with feedstock, which is again resident in another ministry and with other sectoral players. So even though you want to scale things up, even though you want to mobilize the capital for it, who is that connecting or coordinating agency? And that will continue to be a bottleneck for investment. So KPC then becomes a catalyst, and it's doing it on its own. Beyond that as well, we're speaking to the conversation, as I said, about digital economy, which is so critical because governments in the past, especially under the previous regimes, have hyperscaled their capacity and therefore sit on a lot of infrastructure and capability. We talk so much about the retail market price point as well as their access, and we do not understand that between ourselves, Ketraco, Kenya Power, and possibly even Kenya Railways, there's infrastructure that can make your internet costs lower. But then who is driving that conversation yet again? So KPC, on a commercial perspective, has to then pursue that, because you cannot sit on idle assets that your board is asking you what you're going to do with time and time again. And I think that ultimately, from the medium term to the long term, we really are looking to ensuring that there's scale up in terms of that segment, because it facilitates energy. And then finally, as we've talked about waterway transportation as well as pipeline economy, there's a lot to be done, not just in building oil and gas pipelines, but oil pipelines, but also in building CNG connectivity. So we've started again conversations with Kenya Power and KenGen about how CNG from Tanzania can then be received here, either refrigerated or sent about in different forms, compressed to industries, so that manufacturing stops having just thermal energy, as in from diesel, as an input into production, possibly so that your fuel in your vehicle or in your tractor in the farm stops also being wholly reliant on diesel. But that still also requires, again, the commercial entity moves the project on its own, which for such intergovernmental activities cannot happen. And therefore, as we sit here together, KPC has a lot on its plate in terms of what it has to do. We know what we need to do. We're even in conversations on commercializing some aspects of auto gas that have sort of lied fallow because they're still segmented within a certain, subsector. And then we also have conversations about EVs and how we will cooperate with Kenya Power and the roads network to facilitate charging points. So there's too many ideas floating about. We have them in our strategic ambitions. And now I think the challenge for everybody in this room is to see then how to create that conversation in a manner that will create some level of fruition. And for us as a commercial entity, we already have the natural impetus to do it because we have to pay dividends now. But we were asking the players within the room that actually have ambitions in this sort of space as well to collaborate with us because it's not a KPC endeavor, it is a regional endeavor.
Excellent. And it's great to see that a core part of your transformation moving forward then is anchored around partnerships and collaborations, both in country, but importantly, regionally, speaking to what, has been a key challenge really for us as a region around building synergies across the different countries. I mean, this is such a high-powered delegation. It would be remiss of me, and I know we are running off short on time, but please allow me probably another 10 minutes to just invite questions from participants to any of the panelists. I'll invite 3 questions. So the first ones to shoot up their hands. I see one hand there, I see another hand there, and I see one hand there. So I think those 3, I don't know if there's a roving mic, I can donate mine. And then I'll invite after that the panelists to just give maybe in 30 seconds their key takeaways for us. So I think there was one hand here, that's for the first one. Okay, oh yeah, I'm told you can use that, okay.
This one. Thank you. Is this loud and clear? Thank you. So thanks a lot for the insights from the panelists. My name is James Manda. I'm the technical manager at the African Forum for Utility Regulators, AFO. Basically, I've got 2 questions. They are all interconnected. They are both interconnected. So the first one, and it's not particularly to a particular individual. If you feel you could answer it, please do so by all means. So let's talk about the affordability issues in Africa, and especially with the geopolitical situation around the energy situation. Energy prices are likely to go very high. Now, in view of this, regulators across the continent still emphasize the fact that tariff frameworks must be cost reflective, must be predictable. These are very nice, lofty ideas. Is there any room for subsidies on the continent? How do we deal with the issue of subsidies? Because the number of indigent customers for various energy products is very high. First of all, you have to look at the connection costs, if it is electricity. You have to look at the prepayment plans and so on and so forth. Is there room for subsidies on the continent? And would banks still be able to fund these projects if the government decided that a portion of the capital costs should be subsidized? The second question is really to do with...
Maybe, sorry to interject, I'm told our time is really, really short.
Okay, great.
Maybe we'll have
That's fine. It's
then
okay.
Maybe Dr. Mabea and Noreen can handle that. And then there was one question somewhere. Yes, please.
Hi, everyone. So I have a lot to comment on, but due to time, I'll...
Yeah, please keep it to a question. Just one question, please.
Yes. My name is Doreen Mwangi. I'm head of legal at Spectra Solar. Mine is on the policy and legal side. So the pricing regime under Section 101 of the Petroleum Act mandates EPRA or EPRA to set maximum retail prices And the prices I know are reviewed annually at the 14th of every, and announced by EPRA on the 14th of every month, with revised prices taking effect from the 15th. So the law clearly states a maximum price regime. So it's not price fixing, but it's a regulatory cap. So, I mean, it's directed to anyone on that panel. So when the Strait of Hormuz was closed, the prices shot, and you have explained why they shot. When the strait opened, it dropped by 9%. I mean, by 9 bob. I think Kenyans know this. So now my question is this. Uganda, our neighbors, are landlocked. Thank you, Honorable Ruth, for attending this conference. Maybe she can even tell us more. But the street was open, and now we only had a drop of 9 bob. So my question is this. What is EPRA doing? Number one. Number two, we have a lot of import dependency. As Stan has presented, we are depending on the Strait of Hormuz. When it closes, clearly, I'm in the renewable energy sector. I know we have solar, we have the sun. In fact, when you walk outside, you'll see the sun. We have geothermal, we have biomass, we have wind, we have everything we need for renewable energy. At the same time, we have everything we need for non-renewable energy. So can someone please explain to me, like I'm a 24-year-old, because I'm 24, why, what is going on? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So maybe on pricing, since our hosts, EPRA, handle pricing, I'll probably leave that to Dr. Mutua, but I know it's been communicated sufficiently, but maybe Dr. Mutua will handle that. So allow me to just take those 2 questions for now, please. I know I'd promised 3 questions, but I'm told our time is far much gone. So let's take those two questions, starting with Dr. Mabea on the issue of subsidies, and Noreen as well. Do financiers come in to support projects where there is subsidy? Maybe Dr. Mabea first.
I'll be very brief. From the economics point of view, subsidies are not the very best in the long term because they do not lead to price discovery. That's one thing that we really need to understand. When you see a government taking a step to introduce subsidy for a short time, it is just for our own good to cushion us, but it's not a long term, it's not sustainable. I'll wish to end at that, and I'll give you probably an example. In the electricity market, when you introduce subsidy, then there's no need for you to have an electricity market or a power pool, because you will be misleading the other market operators. So it is not sustainable economically, it's not the best. But our government sometimes has to be pushed to be able, in the petroleum subsector, to cushion for our own good and for a very short time. Thank you.
Well, that was very direct. Yeah, so from a banking perspective, and even including looking at the current crisis, we have not looked at subsidy per se, but what we have done is to address the underlying challenge, which is that of working capital. So what we've done is to have conversations with our clients and to see where we can plug in to basically bridge the working capital needs. But maybe I can very quickly just touch on how KCB is addressing the affordability issue, especially around the large infrastructure projects. So one of them definitely is the blended finance, which is very critical at this point. Recently, we received approval from GCF for a $96 million line, which we are going to use to on lend to green sustainable projects, both to cover for mitigation and adaptation. So what that means is that we will put together the commercial funding from KCB together with what is coming from GCF, and together we'll be able to deploy to the market funding that is competitive. If you look at what we're doing on the clean energy solutions for school, again, the bank has come in to subsidize that. Because one of the things we looked at when we started that program, working very closely with the government through the Ministry of Energy and also closely with EPRA to ensure that the regulations are in place, the question of affordability came up. And that became the driver for the decisions by the school on whether to continue using biomass or whether to convert into clean fuel. Today we have converted 428 schools that were using charcoal and firewood. They are now using either LPG or solar or steam for cooking and for lighting. And how have we done it? We have deployed financing, the first of its kind in this market, a single-digit interest rate at 9.75% for schools. And that has really helped us to take, it has really helped us, schools to take that up. Our partnerships continue to be our main driver to address affordability. So apart from GCF, we also signed up a credit line with the AFDB for around $95 million. Propaco has also come online with a facility that is going to be used for sustainable projects, but also specifically for women-led enterprises to basically address the gender inclusivity. So that's just in a nutshell of what the bank is doing in the area of affordability. But on the side of subsidies, I think ours is to come in and plug in the working capital gap that is created as a result of that subsidy program. Thank you.
Thank you, Noreen, and thank you for telling us that there is money, so we should come to the bank.
Please come.
Dr. Mutua, please explain to us, like we are 24-year-olds, how the pricing works.
So thank you very much for that question. I think from the lawyer, I think there was Madam Wangi. I think when it comes to matters of pricing petroleum products, is a very open and transparent process where we, first of all, every 5 years, we undertake a cost of service study. And this study is able to establish the various costs from landed costs to the cost of transporting the products, the storage of the same products. And also we provide margins for wholesale and retail markets. And of course, we have taxes and levies that are provided for through the fiscal policies and the Finance Act by the National Treasury. So basically, the prices that Kenyans pay, they are not just estimated from the skies. We normally look at all the elements that we ensure that the costs that we are going to include in our pricing model are prudent in line with our regulation 2022. So basically, in a nutshell, we have the landed cost, and that is, we have a free on board per metric ton at Mombasa, and then we convert that into per liter. And then we have the storage. First of all, when the product comes in from the shipment, it is pumped into a storage at Kenya Pipeline in Kibevu, and also pumped now to other depots in Nairobi, in Nakuru, in Eldoret, and Kisumu. So we also provide costs for that. And then also we do provide margins, because this is a business that is led by the private sector, so you have to ensure that the private sector is compensated for the investment that they do make, and that is done. So we provide margins, and again, I said the taxes and levies. So basically, like with the Strait of Hormuz, what has been affected is just the landed costs, because we have seen it increasing by 42%. Of course, the other elements like some of the taxes, like excise duty, they have not really been affected as such. Maybe VAT, because it is VAT, the one we have is antebellum and changes with the value. That has been affected, but I think what we have been able to do to cushion consumers with support from the National Treasury and the government, we have been able to reduce VAT by 16%, in order to, from 16% to 8% to cushion consumers. And also we used what consumers also contribute, that we have the PDL, the Petroleum Development Levy, which is a fund to use to stabilize prices and also develop infrastructure in the petroleum sector. So we use the stabilization component of it, about 6.2 billion in the last pricing cycle to cushion consumers. And that's how we have been able to, otherwise our prices would have been much, much higher than what we have. So I think I want to assure the person who asked that question, the lawyer, that the pricing formula that we use is robust, is very transparent, because we seek actually advice from all stakeholders. And I think after this meeting, because this is not a matter we can be able to answer satisfactorily in this particular meeting, we can also engage during lunch so that we can give more insights. But this is a matter of public concern, and is information that is out there for all of us to consume. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think our chief guest had a quick intervention, maybe.
Thank you very much. I've been tickled, so I thought I should say something. But I just want to begin by appreciating the submissions. Very, very critical and so informative to the policymakers and decision makers. The analysis you have given on the impact of the Middle East conflict is great. And I've been taking pictures of your slides. I hope you'll be kind to give me the entire submission so that I can share with my people. Thank you so much for your submission. I just want to say something on the sovereign guarantees, is that Uganda does not believe in that. They end up affecting our debt GDP ratio, and yet we are required to make sure that we check it. There is a limit, there is a capping. So any sovereign guarantee is taken as loan. It is a loan. So if you are checking the debt GDP ratio, then you have to stop giving such guarantees. Even with the importation of the petroleum products that we receive from Vitol to UNOC, we did not accept sovereign guarantee. UNOC, Vitol just trusted the Ugandan National Oil Company because it is a government company, and the shareholders are two, Minister of Finance and the Minister of Energy. So they trusted, and they are able to give us the products on credit. We sell to OMCs, and they give us 60 days to pay back. That's the arrangement, and we are comfortable with that. And then on de-risking, therefore, we are targeting financing feasibility studies to major projects, so that a company comes in with a feasibility study already done, so that they're able to know the expectations and be prepared. What we are missing as governments is not to facilitate the engineers that we have to be able to do the feasibility studies, prepare these projects for whoever wants to come with money to invest. So in Uganda, we are encouraging that. And then lastly, I thought I should also mention that taking consideration of what is happening, we have to intensify our support for income generation, household income generation, to make people, to empower people to be able to purchase the fuel, to be able to purchase the products. You can come up with agricultural credit facilities with affordable interest rates so that people are in production. This power that you are supplying must be for productive use, value addition, domestic cottages. We must bridge the gap between the rich and the poor. If the gap is big, then we are in problems. So target household income generation, provide quality implements, agricultural implements, provide extension service delivery to the people, veterinary, extension service. Make sure that you have extension service providers with the people to be able not to do mistakes, to reduce on the cost of post-harvest handling, let the households have some money in their pockets. So we have to target this. The poor people will raise up and attack the rich ones. So we have to take this into consideration. Empower people to have money to be able to purchase. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And just to close off the panel conversation, we've solved the energy trilemma for Africa. So it's clear. Number one is security. And we've said and we've seen that we need to address security through diversification. So diversification of sources, but also of where we are sourcing our energy products from, but also energy sources themselves. Regional infrastructure integration so that we can draw from each other's synergies. Then affordability, then sustainability. Security, affordability, sustainability. That's very clear. Thank you very much to our panelists, and we sincerely appreciate your interventions, and apologize also to the participants for running well over the time allocated to us. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Thank you so much. A round of applause to them. I mean, I have the worst job to interrupt such a great panel. You've been fantastic, and the audience, their questions prove it. So thank you very much. We want to say thank you to you in a much more proper way. So if you'd please stand and just take one step forward. I'd like to ask, ma'am, if you would, a member of the EPRA board, to join me on stage as we thank you for your interventions. Let's appreciate them again with a round of applause. Much indeed. You may take your seats. And this brings us swiftly to our lunch hour. Now, I want us to have a very candid conversation amongst ourselves. Could we all take a look at the time? Could we just take a minute to take a look at the time and then realize why I charge double for these events? We have to go to lunch, and we must be back promptly at 2 p.m. I know. An impossible task, isn't it? But we want to do this so that we can accommodate those of our delegates who must use the shuttle service. And let me inform you a little bit about the shuttle service. There is one that leaves, I believe, at 8:30 a.m. from Kencom in town, and also at 4 p.m. from this location in town. So we must be mindful of our participants who need that shuttle service, and that's why I kindly request you to accommodate us as best as possible so that we can move swiftly through the next two panels. So with your permission, Honorable Minister, we'd like to invite you to lunch, and our distinguished guests, if you would please rise, if you could have our key guests please stand and exit this room. Lunch will be served on the first floor. For the rest of us, I'd kindly request you to wait until the Honorable Minister, her delegation, and the officials from EPRA have left the room, and then we will be joining them to lunch on the first floor. As they exit the room, I'd also like to invite the rest of our participants, please visit the room that is right next to us. That would be behind you. There is a youth hackathon that is ongoing. So please go into that room and see the great work that they're doing. And as they exit, I'd now like to invite the rest of us to also leave the room. There's an exhibition center to my right, which would be your left. So you could take a look and see what our partners and sponsors are doing. So ladies and gentlemen, let's reconvene promptly at 2 p.m. with your kind permission. Thank you very much, and bon appetit.
wanna see us from outer space.
get someone else. You they do me corny. Every day new story. She I just they waste my time. Cause she don't become someone else. See palava for me. You know they touch my. It feels good to love somebody and somebody loves you back. But it feels one-sided now. It feels one-sided now. You don't have because it's crystal clear now. Guess it's back to the good times. I'll be gone by the sunrise. I'll be better on my own.
Hello. Hello. Yes, we are good. Okay. Sawa, yes, we are good. Thank you.
When we both can make it work. When I'm gone, I'll make you nervous. If you hurt me, I deserve it. I've been acting foolishly, forgetting what you are. You stop loving me, I noticed. But even chaos serves a purpose. It feels good to love somebody and somebody loves you back. So don't give in till you change mine. Cause I'll be here for a lifetime. You don't have to pretend about it, cause it's crystal clear now. Guess it's bye to the good times. And I'll be gone by the sunrise. I'll be better on my own. I'll be better on my own. Nah. Nobody should call my phone. Nobody should call my phone. Nah. This is my last heartbreak song. This is my last heartbreak song. Nah. I'll be good all on my own. I'll be good all on my own. Nah.
Steady your face, your phone. I wanna take a picture so this could last longer for me. Yeah, take my secrets, got them like precious money. I never want to hear you quiet, so I write songs for you. So I write songs for you. And I believe, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. Yeah, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. Oh, my baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up beside so my baby bust up beside so my baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up beside so bust up beside so steady your face, your phone. I wanna take a picture so this could last longer for me. Take my secrets, got them like precious money. I never want to hear you quiet, so I write songs for you. So I write songs for you. Opposition, they come left and right, but I don't care. Pop they are front, say leave you, but I die. No more come out, cause you are my only strength. But I reach your poor, I know that you're my best. And I believe, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. Oh. And I believe, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. Oh. My baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up beside so my baby bust up beside so my baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up beside so bust up beside so big catty girl.
Every little thing you did do to me, you sweet to me for body. She a loving fee for love me. Wow, 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 wow. Get your bullet, make I go crazy. I'ma get see you sure for me. Say make I withdraw money. Oh, no go downgrade. Make a carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trust, I fit to contain. Your body in a package. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, love they overdose me. Now you, I want me love.
So for this next session, we are pleased to discuss the role of regulators in advancing energy affordability and security in sustainable development. This session will be ably moderated by Engineer Mungai Kihara, the Deputy Director, Renewable Energy at EPRA. Let's welcome Engineer with a round of applause. A round of applause for him. Thank you, sir. Let me tell you a little bit about him as he takes the stage. He, as you've heard, is the Deputy Director, Renewable Energy at EPRA. He is in charge of the development of strategies, policies, and regulations for geothermal, wind, solar, and small hydropower green hydrogen. He has worked on the development of the National Energy Policy, the feed-in tariffs policy, the renewable energy auctions, and national energy plans. He has a wide experience in the public sector, having worked in energy specifically for more than 15 years. He holds a Master of Energy Science and Policy from Aju University in South Korea. I hope I didn't butcher that entirely, did I? No, that's all right. Very good. And also a bachelor's degree in mechanical and production engineering from Moi University. So supremely qualified to lead this next session. Engineer, thank you. Please come and introduce your panel.
Thank you very much, Anne, for that introduction. I really hear it, so I didn't think I'm that qualified. Thank you very much. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch, and I hope my panel will not be that boring so that you don't sleep. We are going to speak about electricity, renewable energy, and petroleum with my exciting panel. I want to welcome you to this high-level panel discussion on the role of regulators in advancing energy affordability and security in sustainable development. Energy affordability and security are no longer abstract policy beliefs, but thank you very much. So energy affordability and security are no longer abstract policy goals. They directly affect households, businesses, public services, and national economic stability, particularly in the context of climate change, global market volatility, as it's happening currently, and the ongoing energy transition. So today's session has three broad objectives. One, to explore how regulators can balance affordability, security, and sustainability. Number two, to share practical regulatory experiences and lessons from across Africa and beyond. And number three, to identify priority regulatory reforms that can advance SDG 7 and national development goals. To start us all, we are pleased to begin a short presentation on technology catalog, a practical planning tool that has been developed and applied in Denmark and several countries. And with that, I would like to call Mr. Anders Cruz, who is the program lead and chief advisor at Danish Energy Agency, to make a presentation. Anders, please. Some claps has come on the stage.
So, hello everybody, and I hope you are quite awake after a good lunch, ready and excited for a little presentation. If I can get the presentation on screen. In the meantime, I can say that I'm truly honored to be standing here in front of you today. This is a culmination and the testament of a great relationship between the Danish and the Kenyan government. Specifically a partnership between the Danish Energy Agency and the Kenyan Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, as well as EPRA. This relationship has been ongoing since 2022, and I'm very states, and also from the great panel discussion and the speeches we heard earlier, how urgent and important this agenda is. When I get my slides on the screen, I would like to deep dive a bit into a tool we are developing together with EPRA for Kenya in form of technology catalog. It's bearing on an old tradition in Denmark, where we've been making these technology catalogs since the 80s as part of our energy planning, which we have been doing since the 1970s, where the first Danish energy plan was made as a way of becoming independent from imported fuels. And that came as a layoff from the oil crisis back in the 70s. And I think that creates a great parallel to where we stand today with a new oil crisis around the world, and especially as I learned this morning and also have read about, is very dominant on the African continent. So I think a technology catalog looking into different alternatives, alternative power production, is coming at the right time in order to take for Kenya going towards an affordable future. As we heard Her Excellency, the Cabinet Minister, say earlier, investment in data quality and sharing is key and is fundamental to secure affordable energy. And that's what a technology catalog is very much about. Can I get a status? 1 minute. But yeah, just to keep talking, and then I can skip some of my slides, I suppose, also in the lack of time. this technology catalog is specific towards power production, electricity production, and it's very key that you do it individually in different countries, since all countries have different geographical and other stages, also different stages of development in different energy production forms. And here you cannot take a Danish catalog and bring it directly into Kenya, since it would be very different on how you price things in Denmark and Kenya due to different climate, different development stages for different energy forms. For example, is Kenya superior in geothermal, while there will probably be at a lower pricing point than countries that have not developed geothermal as of yet. And in Denmark, we have a lot of solar and wind, why prices have been drawn down on that. And now I can see my presentation is there. And a tool so I can change slides. So yes, just to also present myself, as my name is written here, Anders Kruse, I would say in Danish, Anders Kruse, you can call me. I'm the head of the Danish Kenyan Energy Corporation and been doing this for a year and a half with Kenya. Prior to that, I've been doing similar engagement around the world for the past 7 years, and also been talking on these technology catalogs and how to enable regulation around the world to make a future of sustainable energy. So the catalogs come in many forms, but we will focus on the power production as of today. I will take you through what, why, and how. So what is a technology catalog? It's a techno-economic set of data shared in order to ensure transparency in energy planning. I already mentioned why you need to make one in Kenya. You need to include local conditions and assumptions and secure that its technology is relevant in country. And how you will apply it, that's in the energy planning. It can also be to compare energy forms and pricing and many other aspects which I will get further into. So this is a technical data sheet, as you see. So that's one part of it, giving all the technical insights of a number of different technologies, as many as is suitable and relevant. It gives price predictions, in this case until 2050, and you have different data in order to see what's behind the numbers when decisions are taken. On top of this, you also have a qualitative description, which can be read by anybody, illustrating and explaining more about the different technologies in order to know more details about it and the development. You can also take this catalog further to look at different regions of a country, if it's a huge country like Kenya. Then why a Kenyan technology catalog? As this fine AI illustration illustrates, I'm not sure you can read it up there, but it's a tool for policymakers, for government planning, for investors, developers, as well as academia. And all these stakeholders are crucially important in this, both in the process of making it, since everybody has to agree on it, to secure trust in the numbers, since you will base government planning on these numbers. And also it's important in order to secure that people can base their scenarios on the same set of data. And how? So in Kenya, we hope to include this tool in the long-term least development plans, and also in decentralized planning around the country. Then it can also be used as investor-informed decisions, so they know what the government base their decisions on. And I will give an illustration at the end of this slideshow on how to use it for comparative analysis to compare different energy forms. Then I know a lot of auctions is coming in Kenya that can also be used there as a set of numbers to do this, as well as tariff setting, which have been discussed today as well. And then, very importantly, it gives a common understanding and reference point for all actors. So, since we haven't finalized the Kenyan technology catalog yet, we plan to finalize it this summer. I've taken some global data from Bloomberg, showing the levelized cost of electricity for different energy forms. So this is on a global scale, but I would expect and assume something similar in Kenya. And as I said earlier, maybe geothermal will be a bit cheaper in Kenya, whereas, for example, nuclear will be a bit cheaper in a country that have already developed nuclear, for example. But this gives a good comparison and a good overview, also for politicians and decision makers to take choice-aware solutions. So, to sum up, what we want with this tool is to secure a transparent, reliable, and aligned set of data for everyone to be used, and by that, to allow for choice awareness decisions to secure a sustainable and long-term affordable power production in Kenya. I look very much forward to the panel discussion where we can raise any questions, and you're also very welcome to reach out to me. My contact details are there. Also, if there's any private stakeholders or investors in the room, we're always very interested to get your insights on technologies to ensure that we have all reflective data that we can come about in this catalog. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cruz, for that insightful presentation. And with that foundation, now it's my honor and pleasure to formally introduce our distinguished panelists for today's discussion. And I'll ask Dr. John Mutua, who is the Director of Economic Regulation and Strategy at Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, to join us on the stage. Dr. Mutua, please. Then she is followed by Dr. Sheila Ado, who is Deputy CEO of National Petroleum Authority in Ghana. Then we have Honorable Augustus Guna, I hope I pronounced that right, who is the Managing Director of Liberia Electricity Regulatory Commission. Some claps, please, for our panelists. Thank you very much, our distinguished panelists, for joining us at EPRA Innovative and Research and Innovative Conference this week. We are really honored. And I would like to have a discussion on both electricity and petroleum. And I will ask, and I'll start with Dr. Mutua, who is the host, so that we, they say we have to start from home. And ask Dr. Mutua, We have just heard about the technology catalog approach and EPRA's collaboration with the Danish Energy Agency. In your opinion, how would the technology catalog specifically support Kenya's energy planning? And we have heard that from Anders here. And how do you see it influencing regulatory decisions related to tariffs? We are aware also Kenya Power has applied for tariff review, investment approvals, and broader energy transition. Dr. Mutua, please.
Thank you very much, Engineer Kiara. And thank you, Anders, for the presentation. I think the energy catalog, technology catalog for Kenya is very timely. Because, as he has said in his presentation, it's about providing transparency in the way cost builders are done. When you look at IRENA, for example, the IRENA agency that publishes some of these technologies, that is what we have been using. But as he has said, the catalog is able to customize on the local resources and the information that we generate in Kenya. And then it becomes very important when it comes to informing the least cost, for example, the least cost power development plan. Because for a long time, we have relied on, sometimes assumptions. We just assume what should be the average cost of generating electricity from a wind source, for example. But with this, we are able to establish what are actually closer to the true cost of some of these technologies. So the catalog basically will help us in terms of, because we are going to publish and make known some of these informations. Of course, we don't, because of data protection, we don't close power plants or maybe the specific investments, but we work with averages, because the idea is not to say this power plant has a higher tariff than this other one, the same technology. That is not the idea. The idea is looking at what works for us and how transparent are we informing our models that we have. So least cost is a 20-year plan, and it informs the way we have to do forecasting, demand forecasting, generation planning, and also the supply side, because you have to look at both supply and demand when you are looking at electricity. And again, also going into the petroleum side, because I think these are also important. Every 2 years, we usually update our petroleum development plan, which is almost a least cost for petroleum, just like we have for electricity. And again, it has to look at if you are developing infrastructure pipelines, for example, storage. You have to ensure that you have the capex in place. So the issue is just building confidence to investors, and so that investors don't just come to my office and they look for information. We want to make information available. We started by having the Energy and Petroleum Study report published so that Kenyans can be able to access information. Now, this catalog will be able to ensure that information that is held in our computers sometimes will find itself in these areas. Now, when it comes to matters of tariff, and I think I like the question that was raised this morning by Madam Jen, I think the lawyer. I was conservative because I wanted to answer maybe some of these things, for example, because we didn't have time in the morning. But basically, when you look at Kenya, for example, and I want to be minimal with the words, we have the energy policy, we have the petroleum policy, and these policies by the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, they set, the future. They set the way the government is going to approach the business of investment in the energy sector, access issue to the public, and how resources are going to be actually also exploited. And again, with the theme of sustainability and affordability, these are also very key. So we do price, when you are pricing, for example, petroleum products, for example, we have to look at as I said, landed costs. We have to look at storage and transport. We have to look at the margins, and margins are split for wholesale and retail margins. And then we have the taxes and levies that have to be paid. And we price cargoes using G2G, and I thank KCB and other banks that are supporting our G2G framework. The G2G framework is a competitive process. It's just like the open tender system, and it is informed by the resources that we have. And then, of course, we have the banks coming to support us. So we are able to actually tell what are the various costs. Exchange rate is known. We confirm, like, for example, because we consider vessels coming between the 10th of the previous month to the 9th of the current month during pricing. And we announce our prices on every 14th day of the month, applicable on the 15th. So within G2G, we bring about 6 cargoes 3 cargoes for HGO, which is diesel, 2 cargoes for PMS, and 1 cargo for jet. Kerosene consumed minimally. You know, the kerosene that we use for in the households, only 5 million liters now are used in this country. In fact, most of it goes now to power generation by Kengen as and gas turbine. So when it comes to pricing, the model is very transparent. We have a regulation that guides that. And now with this catalog, we are going to enhance the transparency and accountability that comes from it. Where our costs are of course, the way we price our products, we are cost reflective. We do not have subsidies. I think I want to make it very clear that there are no subsidies. We actually stabilize with what we call the PDL, for example, petroleum products. When it comes to electricity pricing, again, generation, transmission, distribution, and also the margins for companies, again, the cost is cost reflective. We only give what we call a lifeline tariff for consumers who are using 0 to that. They are cross-subsidized by the other consumers. So the electricity and petroleum sector's revenue requirements normally are obtained from the consumers and the investors. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Motua. Especially because you have moved from electricity to petroleum. I'll come back on petroleum later on and we discuss more about subsidies. But I want to, still remaining at electricity, ask our colleague from Liberia. You know, many African countries have faced low electrification levels alongside income constraints and energy poverty. So the question I have is, how can regulators design tariff structures, and we have heard from Dr. Mutua how he does it in Kenya, that ensure affordability for consumers while maintaining the financial viability of utilities and attracting investments? We have heard, especially in Africa, utilities, most of them are struggling, and you want to have sustainable tariffs. How do you see it coming in?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let's first look at some facts regarding the low level of electrification in sub-Saharan Africa. I think it is a hidden secret that sub-Saharan Africa is the epicenter of energy deprivation, because 600 million people, representing over half of the region population, have lack of access to electricity. And this represents about 84% of total population of electricity globally. And even in rural areas, we have about 15% or less connectivity. And also our consumption level, which is indicating our consumption level of about around 181 to 185 kilowatt hour per capita. So the regulator is very important. And the issue has to do with the way we structure our tariff regulations and tariff methodology. First of all, to strike a balance between affordability, because a lot of our people are poor and they live in rural areas, without compromising the financial viability of the utility, we are in a niche because regulations, especially electricity, have some political undertone where the politicians are more interested in votes, and so they tend to squeeze the regulator so that there can be no pinch, especially with the low income. So the first thing is, when we look at the issue of social tariff, which is lifeline tariff, from our experience in Liberia, before we go to the continental level, it's not a large segment of the population. So normally, they are subsidized in a way that we are now looking at what he's talking about. Government subsidy is something that we are all against. But where we have the bulk supply and wholesale market, industrial operators, commercial operators, residential customers that can pay, that have the capacity to pay and everything, they actually pay a little more than the lifeline or social or low income people. So for instance, in our tariff structure, we have what we call the fixed charge. They don't pay that. It's a fixed charge. It's like a service charge. They don't pay that. And their tariff is sometimes 30% less than the regular. And that form of subsidy is actually those who can afford, that are rich, that consume more, like industrial, mining companies and everything, they actually subsidize rather than taking government subsidy and taking money from the government to subsidize consumption by the poor, which is not sustainable, as the minister said this morning. Another one is the issue of access and usage. And I really like the way the minister put it this morning. You see, we focus more on access, but if you can create more access and there is no usage, then the issue of productive use is not there. So we have that aspect. Then also, the regulatory asset base or the investment made by the utilities, whether it's private or national utility, sometimes there is a tendency to recover costs over a short period of time, and that has significant impact on the tariff structure. So what we do is we try as much as possible, we should try as much as possible to ensure that the payback period or the investment period, whether it's operational and maintenance and everything, is spread in a way that there's no tariff shock, because sometimes tariffs are determined by the payment period or the payback period of most of these investors. Another one has to do with the issue of connection fees. I've observed that some regulators, in doing tariff review or reviewing tariffs, they do not consider the connection fees as part of the tariff. And this is very important because connection is one-time payment. So if the connection fee is high, which includes the hardware, the connection, the connecting materials, the poles, and the meters and everything, there are some that cannot afford to pay that amount upfront because it goes deep into their pocket. So what do you do as a regulator? You try to ensure that you do your financial model in a way that the connection cost is spread over time so that everyone can contribute to it. As a result, you increase access and also allow the consumer to have the ability to pay for the energy they consume. So this is very important, and we should also look at that because it brings in the issue of affordability and trying to be inclusive and the issue of equity across the board. When it comes to the issue of the utilities, most of which are public utilities, they are nationally owned, and a lot of them are vertically integrated. The issue of financial viability is very important, and we have to make sure that as they submit, whether they submit tariff application and everything, we must focus on efficiency. It's very important. Prudence. What costs? Because every cost that the utility bears is paid by the consumers or the customers. So we have to make sure that they are efficient and every cost is prudent and they don't incur costs that sometimes, in fact, most of the time are passed on to the customers. And in some instances, there are facilities that are not even well maintained and they are stranded assets. And these assets sometimes are passed on to the cost of maintaining these assets are passed on to the consumers. So in the issue of striking a balance between the utility and, between the consumer and the utility financial viability is something that must be done in a way that we have to ensure that balance does not affect significantly the consumers, and also it does not undermine the ability of the utility to generate revenue. Because some of the key issues that we look at is the issue of power theft, which is meter tampering, illegal connections. Another one has to do with losses. We have two kinds of losses, the technical losses and the non-technical, which are normally commercial losses. We've got to make sure we set targets in our tariff process to set targets, loss reduction trajectory, that at this point in the next 3 to 4 years, we're going to reduce loss at this time, and then a loss reduction target so that you can hold a utility accountable. And then as a result, you provide incentives for them to perform so that they can be financially viable.
Thank you, Honorable. I see a lot of similarities between Liberia and Kenya on the way you do the tariff reviews, looking at the efficiency of utilities, financial viability, efficiency. These are key areas that we really need to work on. And thank you very much for sharing that with us. And now I move to changing a gear a little bit to go to petroleum. Dr. Ando. We are seeing currently global disruptions from geopolitical conflict to supply chain constraints have driven up oil and gas prices worldwide. We saw that from the previous panel. Should regulators intervene directly in petroleum pricing or rely preliminarily on market-based mechanisms? When intervention is warranted, what tools can be used to balance cost reflectivity with social protection? There's kind of similarities between petroleum and electricity, but let's talk about petroleum.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Of course, we're all aware of what's happening recently, but the way you typically will start is to make sure that your pricing formula is, first of all, cost reflective. And I'm glad to hear that around the table, Kenya also has that. So for the example we've got in Ghana is that we've got a full cost recovery pricing just to make sure that it gives investor confidence when you're setting up in the country. So it helps recover the cost of operations. It helps recover some taxes and levies and margins for government. And then it also has a third element that ensures that we can distribute prices across the country effectively. Now, we've had some social, before I come to the interventions, we've had some social interventions embedded in the price and some sort of mechanisms to make sure that there's price uniformity. So we do receive products in the southern part of the country. Most of our refineries are also located in the southern part of the country. We do have two funds in the price we call a primary distribution margin and then a unified petroleum price fund. What do these two funds do together? The primary distribution margin helps us move products in bulk from the southern part of the country, which predominantly has a coast, into inland depots. Okay, and then we have a distribution mechanism to distribute products from these inland depots to certain catchment areas around these inland depots. For the distribution from the inland depots to the catchment areas, we have this fund we call the Unified Petroleum Price Fund that kicks in. That also pays for the transportation of the movement of products from the depots to the filling station. What is the relevance of these two funds? Now, if you are living in the south, which is a primary point of receiving products into the country, you are likely to pay cheaper for products than someone who lived further up north, which is further away from the south where products are received, because a transporter would obviously put on the transportation cost before they transport to filling stations there. Now, what we use the Unified Petroleum Price Fund to do is to make sure prices are the same across the country, regardless of the geographical region that you're in. So it's embedded with some minimum equalization distance that we created across each zone. There is a certain margin in the price that pays for a certain minimum distance. If you go beyond the distance, the fund compensates you, the transporter. And if you do less than the distance that's in the price, you pay back or you refund into the fund, whatever it is the extra gains are. This has helped us unify prices across the country and made sure that there is no unfair pricing the further you go away from the source. Now, number two, in order to help businesses, coming back to whether government should intervene in markets and pricing or not, we don't hold the philosophy that government should intervene. In fact, we used to set prices in Ghana, but as of 2015, we deregulated prices. We had a full deregulation of pricing. There's a former president in Ghana who says that government has no business doing business. Our job is to create the enabling regulatory environment, okay? Make sure that there are laws that protect business. There are clear local content rules and guidelines. There are clear cost recovery structures that people would face. But like we said, we are all regulators, and so we answer to politicians. The politician would also panic if you are leaving the pricing structure solely in the hand of businessmen, okay? Because there might be the fear that they might try to unfairly profit. So we created a pricing formula a very transparent cost recovery pricing formula that everybody in the industry is supposed to apply, right from importers to marketers to transporters, and we monitor that formula. Now, in that formula, you're supposed to show your FOB as you import into the country, the exchange rate at which you are applying, and the exchange rate is also not fixed. You're allowed to roam around any commercial bank and get whatever FX based on your negotiation skills, as low as you can get the dollar and change your currency. In there is also embedded the taxes, levies, and margin, the statutory taxes and levies that go into government coffers, and then distribution margins. Distribution margins like what I mentioned, the Unified Petroleum Price Fund, the primary distribution margin, as well as the marketers and dealers margin into the price. So it is a very transparent, simple Excel sheet that everybody sees. What does the regulator do? Because we don't set the prices, our pricing window in Ghana is every 2 weeks. So every 2 weeks, on the 1st of the month and then on the 16th of the month, you're supposed to change prices. 2 or 3 days before the window, the marketers are supposed to submit their prices to government for us to validate. The way we do it is that you're supposed to accumulate the daily FOB prices on the international market for the 2 weeks period. There's a 5-day window before the end of there's a 5-day room before the end of the window for you to have finished accumulating and then calculate your prices. So we monitor that because we also monitor what the international market price looks like. So if you as a marketer has an exorbitant price, we call you to check. And we have regulatory rules and guidelines that have sanctions on them. So you cannot excessively set your price without following the pricing formula. That's also some protection mechanism. Now, when we left pricing in 2015, there was one particular product that unfortunately or fortunately we had to still subsidize. So there is no subsidy in Ghana on most products except one product we call premix fuel. Now, premix fuel is a local fuel that has been created for the local fishermen. It is pretty much used in 2-stroke engines for our fisher folks. It is a combination of some parts of gasoline and then some parts of marine mix, pretty much 29 parts of gasoline and 1 part of marine mix. We got innovative to make it cheaper by blending the condensates that we get from our gas processing plants with the gasoline so we can lower the price. Because it is a social product, government intervenes in the price for up to 50%. But even that, the subsidy budget is clear. There's a budget for that subsidy. There's amount that is reserved for that subsidy to be paid for. So there isn't any cost in the price that's not compensated to marketers and the like. So we don't intervene in prices unless there is a need to do so. Now, the philosophy we have is we allow the markets to play. Government steps in when there is an external force or an external push that will let the market fail. And I heard earlier on that you also intervene in a short period of time, and that's what we do. So the recent global crisis, government has had to intervene in the last price. In fact, this pricing window that we're in, prices effective the 16th of April, we had to intervene. The only intervention government did was the distribution margins that come to government. That sums up to about 1 cedi 37 pesos per liter. Government zeroed all of that. So to cushion consumers, instead of prices going up, diesel prices would have gone up by about 5.7%, it rather reduced. Petrol prices should have gone up locally by about 2.56%, it also rather reduced. But as a short-term measure, government has announced that we're doing this intervention for just 1 month to observe and see, and it is the distribution margins that, thank you very much, it's the distribution margins that we've had to withdraw for a while so that we cushion the market. So our philosophy is we don't intervene in price, we let the markets determine the price, but not without a transparent formula. There must be a guide for the market, and we monitor the application of that formula. What that has done for us is that there's a lot of confidence in investments in our country. If you're coming to invest in storage facility in the country, you see clearly what the throughput tariff would be and you're allowed to pass it on. If you're investing as a marketer, you see what the tariff is, you're allowed to pass it on. And there's also the law backing your investment. So there are laws backing how these tariffs are applied. There are laws backing how local content is conducted. There are laws backing how business is conducted in the country. The the National Petroleum Authority law itself is also clear on sanctions and rules and guidelines for getting a license and how to operate in the industry. So we do not interfere until the market is beginning to fail, and the situation around the globe currently is showing a market failure. But even that is a short-term intervention. We held on for a while until 16th April where we had to intervene, and we're still observing what the market looks like.
Thank you very much, Dr. for that insight about petroleum pricing and how government intervenes whenever we have kind of a crisis like we have currently in the world. I think I'll come to Dr. Mutua to speak about the experience with Ghana. But before that, let me come to others, changing the gear a little bit. Others, the Danish Energy Agency has supported the development of energy catalogs across several or a number of countries in Africa. I know of Ethiopia and now Kenya. What institutional and capacity constraints have you observed that regulators face in keeping pace with the rapidly evolving energy technologies and market dynamics?
Yes, I think actually I can echo a bit also from the petroleum side of things, that transparency is key to investor trust in these aspects. So with the technology catalog, the government can do their priorities. The investors can see why and how these priorities are done. And by that, you will have a transparent base of decisions, which will then allow everyone to see what these decisions are based on. So I think that's one important thing. Then also, as I mentioned, doing auction schemes, it's very important to have very transparent and set of rules and regulations for that, so everyone knows what the playing field is, and that you then also monitor it and follow it, and take the decisions based on that. And lastly, it's also very much to have a trusted authority that you can enter and who can collect data also across different government entities. So it's easier to get access to good data and statistics when entering as an investor or developer into a country, and that will draw down prices eventually when there's trust in the market.
Thank you very much, Anders. You know, here the keyword is transparency, and I think especially for us who work in government, transparency is really key. The public want to know what exactly we are doing. I want to really open it up to our audience. We get quite a number of questions. If you have time, we'll come back to the panel here. But this is about you who have joined us today. If you have any question to any of the panelists here, please raise your hand so that we can be able to address it. And when asking your questions, please say your name and point out to who among the panelists that you want to address your question. As the panelists prepare, I want to come back to Dr. Mutua and speak a little bit about petroleum, and especially because each and every 14th Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority set up the prices that goes to a whole month. And I want to compare what you've heard from Ghana, where they don't really do set the prices, but they have put the mechanism to make sure the prices that are there are really sustainable, and the consumers see the transparency that goes into it. So, Dr. Mutua, what do you think are some of the financial tools that or economic tools that we can use, and can we borrow from Ghana on how they do their pricing for petroleum?
Thank you, Engineer Kiara. Yeah, I think there is a lot to learn from Ghana, because actually just after COVID in 2022 or 23, we visited NPA, and for them, because they have a stabilization fund that they use to equalize, sort of manage the shocks that come from the impact of the global prices. So there's a lot to learn from them. Our pricing, the way it is, the regulation that we have is a cost plus. We have a cost plus sort of model, which actually has both economic and also financial aspects of it. And also, again, technical issues. There are also technical issues in our pricing model. So when you look at, for example, like for us, landed cost, for example, I just am going to give an example, like the price that we have today of PMS, about 197.60. The landed cost is about 109. You know, around 109. Compare that with diesel. That is PMS. Diesel is 133. So the shock that you find affecting the prices basically now is transmitted. Actually, in economics, it's like is a transmission mechanism from the global shocks to the local market. And I would say the formula that we use has any problem. It's a good formula. The same one used in South Africa. Actually, it's also the same one used in Ghana. It's only in Ghana now they have a stabilization mechanism that they do have. And for them, instead of publishing the prices the way we do, they let the marketers file in there or know what they will publish. If it is an NOMC like Total will say, I'm going to charge this, but they have been given them the formula. Even for us here, we have all the oil marketing companies, they have the formula. In fact, on the before the 14th day of the month, almost everybody knows there is transparency. They know what are the elements. When it comes to, because when you look at importation, for example, I talked about 6 cargoes. So when this a ship is coming, when it lands in the port of Mombasa, it pays the taxes even before it discharges. Okay, and then from there, the landed cost, of course, is determined minus the taxes. We know it is a free on board, and then we had insurance, of course, and some premium for the companies that are bringing that. So that will be in the 100 and, for example, 9 for super. And after that, we have what we call transport and storage. So the model is able to capture what is the transport cost, for example, and what is the storage. Storage is the cost that is incurred for storing, KPC, storing the product, or KPRL, or another OMC that is handling that. So it's about 4 shillings and 93 cents. Then we have the margin of 17.39. This is what goes to the retailers and the wholesalers. The wholesale price is about 6 shillings, and that tells you what goes to the retailer is about 11 or 10 shillings. So it's a very transparent process. And of course, when it comes to taxes and levies, like PMS has about 72 shillings and 38 cents. That is excise duty, import declaration fees, all these things, the Royal Endowment Levy, the PDL. Now, for us now, the most interesting part is that we have the Petroleum Endowment Levy, which is used for it is paid by the same customer. The money that we collect, and there is transparency, it is actually put in the budget. So it's about 30 billion shillings that is collected every financial year. Normally, whenever now there is a shock, like what has happened right now, we come in and use part of that stabilization. For example, in the current regime, what is been remaining, because we have not been stabilizing until the Strait of Hormuz happened. Most of the time we will stabilize 1 month, then after 3 months, like that. So even we had like 17 billion, budget that we are not exhausted. And now we have used 6.2 of that to stabilize this particular month. And the left, maybe part of it, maybe is a bit of money. In case now the coming month, the prices may go up. Of course, we don't know when the next tweet is going to happen. Because some of these things you can, as somebody said in the morning, you cannot predict what is going to happen tomorrow. Yeah, but naturally, what we look at is that we know that you cannot subsidize petroleum prices. You cannot do that because when you are paying a subsidy of maybe like 60 bob per liter, is unsustainable. I mean, and even with the debt levels, the fiscal policy of government, so we tend to, for us, we stabilize up to the point where we can actually raise the PDL. And that is a mechanism that we do have. You have seen last month we had to adjust the VAT just to cushion the consumers from the impact. But we did not touch the other taxes because the government has laws. When you are changing a law in this country, you need to go to parliament. So there are so many other processes. Even amending the VAT Act, you saw parliament add also to do the same. So everything has to be done within the law, because as a regulator, you don't want to be haphazard. Or maybe you just want to come and change a formula because everybody is crying. No, you can't do that as a regulator. You have to balance the interests of the investors and the consumers at the same time. And when you are building your models, then you are more transparent. And I think what is happening, and I want to mention that because I see Mbasigo, I think the guys who are providing transport this morning, we are also telling government, let's diversify also transportation. And that's why we have come up with a special tariff for e-mobility, so that also we diversify motorization, so that we are able to cushion, because, for example, our transport using EVs, for example, is not being affected by the shocks that are coming from the global market, because this is geothermal power that is generated in Okaria, or the wind in Kipeto, just here in Gong, our hydropower. So there are no shocks really. And I think we are learning from Ethiopia. Ethiopia made declaration of EVs not to undermine the internal combustion engine. One of my friends, who is Junior Kenya, who is very compassionate or passionate about the IC engines, we always argue. He usually tells me that, the car that is being driven with, being powered by electricity is not strong, is not powered. It makes him sleep when he's driving. But all the same, I think what is important is that the formula that we apply, whether it is what Ghana is using, what South Africa is using. I know Uganda, and the minister was here. Uganda, they don't actually have price caps, yeah. But of most important, what we need to have is raw models to capture strategic stocks. What has been missing out is innovating financing that investors can come in and put in strategic stocks, because most countries now draw stocks. For example, if you have stored maybe 100,000 metric tons in your storage as the reserves, you can draw them when there are shocks, like what has happened. And you may find that because they were purchased using a lower cost, you actually tend to release them into the market. That is what the US does. The US will always accumulate a lot of stocks, like for almost like more than 1 year. And whenever like the Strait of Hormuz, them, they are not being impacted as such. They tend now to release that into the market, but the market is liberalized, yeah. So I think the formulas that we have, the models that we have are robust. Every 5 years, I want to mention that we undertake a cost of service study, and every 3 years, we again review the tariff for petroleum products. And we involve all stakeholders, oil marketing companies, the consumers, the government, the Kenya pipeline, and everybody. And we do it in a transparent manner, and we gazette those tariffs. And when they have been gazetted, they become effective for use.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutua. You have really done a good service to that, especially because I'm also hearing words like innovative financing. I'm used to hear them in electricity and renewable energy. Now I hear from you that we can also come with innovative financing for no strategic stock, which is very key because even if you want to go, we are doing transition, you definitely have to rely on petroleum for some time. So this innovative financing, not only for electricity and renewable energy, but also for petroleum becomes very key. Colleagues, this is now up to you, my dear audience, to ask questions to these panelists. It's a high-powered delegation and panelists that can be able to answer your question. Let me see hearts, please. Yes, we have one there. I think we can take 3 questions. Another one from the lady back there. No one else? Yep, and the gentleman at the back. So let's start here. Please ask your question, and please let us know, say your name, and let us know who you address your question to. Thank you. We can have a mic to that gentleman. As we have that, we have the lady from this side. Maybe you can ask your question as we sort out the technology on this side.
Thank you. My name is Peggy Mplanga from Zimbabwe. I wanted to ask, I think the gentleman from Liberia, they mentioned that there are two tariffs, I think, for residential. So my question was on the social tariff. How do they identify the customer who is supposed to go on social tariff? Is it like the rural areas, or they have to do some submission, some application? And is this something that is, once they register, is it like they register every year? How do you know that they qualify for that sector to be subsidized? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can have a gentleman at the back on the same side. Yes, yeah, can go. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. Samuel Laseta. My question is not directed to any panelist in particular. My question is simple. Where do these regional bodies come in such, when we have such crisis? So, for example, EPRA, which was mentioned earlier on when you were starting the meeting, I believe this is a body that works for EAC in regulation of energy. So, yeah, my question is simple. Where do they come in? So, for example, when now the new prices were being released in Kenya, that is the other day for petrol, there were comparisons being made between Uganda and I think Tanzania and Kenya. So if we have these bodies in place, when we're having such crises, I believe they meet, they converge. Let me say they converge, and they discuss these issues. So you wouldn't tell me that okay, yes, countries have independent policies on how they work their things, but you can't say, for example, I believe from sources in the internet, they were saying that Uganda had already prepared itself maybe for a couple of months. Kenya, we were hearing that we will encounter shortages. So I don't understand where the bodies come in, because they knew this crisis was there. So if Uganda managed to maybe to cushion itself for this amount of time, I believe it will be so in Kenya, and it will be so in in the countries that are regulated by that body. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, the last one, please.
Hello. My name is Miyu, and my question goes.
We cannot really hear you. Maybe you can get closer to the microphone.
Okay, sorry. My name is Miyu, and my question goes to Dr. Sheila and Dr. Mutua. I heard that in Ghana, you review prices after 2 weeks, and in Kenya, it's 1 month. What informs the price review, and why don't you harmonize? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You'll have Mheshimiwa starting, then come Dr. Sheila, and then Dr. Mutua, and then we'll close. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that beautiful question. The question is, how do you know a social customer or lifeline customer? First of all, as the regulator, we have access to the customer database. That's the first thing. And then we have consumption profile. So every customer on a monthly basis, because one of the key accounting tool we use to determine your profile is the prepaid metering system, which is actually for residential and some of the commercial institutions. So we set a threshold. For instance, most of the social customers, they are not high consuming customers. They're not interested in air conditioners or microwave or some toaster. Just to use your little fan, maybe charge your phone, watch the little TV, watch your football game, and that's it. So when we set a threshold, probably if your consumption is 30 kilowatt per hour, for example, per month, the bill, your profile will be there. As soon as you begin to enjoy the electricity, the power, and you start bringing in house consuming appliances, you're going to jump straight beyond that threshold. And as soon as you jump beyond the threshold, you are no more social customer or lifeline customer. So you go to the regular customers. That's how we do it, based on the customer database and your consumption profile. And it's easier. The utility and the distribution companies, they all have the databases, a database, and then they can use those to actually use the network, the system, and determine whether you are still within that category or that same threshold. But once you go beyond that, it means that you have gone beyond the minimum that you're supposed to consume to qualify for the minimum tariff that you pay. I think that's how we do it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gustas. Dr. Sheila, and sorry, but make it quite short so that we can be able to finish. Time is not on our side. Thank you.
Okay. So the question that was directly sent to me was the rationale behind that pricing window of 2 weeks. It is a function of how closely you want to reflect the market prices. So the international market prices change every single day. They are in more advanced countries, they actually change the domestic pump prices on a single day. Ghana used to do 1 year, and then we moved to 6 months and to 3 months to 1 month, and now we're doing 2 weeks. The aim is to get to daily price changes, but there are certain things you need to put in place before you reflect the daily price changes. So the choice of 2 weeks is just to make sure that as closer to the market, the international market pricing as possible is what we do, especially since we stayed away from subsidy, and especially since we started allowing the market forces to determine prices as well. Then I'd like to just quickly weigh in on the role of the regional groups for situations like this. So there are two things, pretty much, the two things that come to mind, and I know the Eastern African Bloc is doing that very well. You can actually do coordinated supplies, as in import in bulk into the region. Petroleum product supplies is a numbers game. The higher the volumes that you're bringing in, the more you have a negotiating power, especially if you're import dependent, the more you have a negotiating power with the traders. So for example, Doctor mentioned that they're landing into Kenya with premiums of about 109 and stuff like that. I guess it's because there's a coordinated supplies between Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and stuff like that. In Ghana, our premiums are even higher, because we don't have a coordinated supply. We pretty much just have the volumes that are coming into Ghana, which would be lower than what the Eastern African Bloc would do. The second thing you can do with the regional cooperation is that you can coordinate financing and infrastructure. The countries could come together and get financing to build refineries that would serve the regional, the countries also that are involved in the regional blocks. So it is good. The regional cooperations are very good. It helps you with financing, it helps you with prices. It pretty much helps your negotiating power because you're moving in numbers and you're able to advance better for your consumers.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mutua?
Yeah, thank you. I think on the question by Samuel, why 2 weeks or maybe 16 days in Ghana and 1 month in Kenya? And Tanzania does 2 weeks. They adjust the prices every 2 weeks. I think it is about just the dynamics of supply, because when you look at like we import our products from Strait of Hormuz and also the Mamban, the Gulf region, basically, it takes almost 2 to 3 weeks for a vessel to arrive. And for us, every month, for example, in PMS, we consume, as I said, 2 vessels, about 212, maybe 200 million liters. And they don't come at the same time. Cargoes come in a spaced manner. So we started, for us, we chose a month because the feeling was that at that time we didn't want, because remember when we introduced the pricing, it's 2010 after the housing crisis, is when we introduced the prices, because at that point, the prices were so low, international prices, but our prices were high. They did not adjust almost immediately. In shorter period pricing, you can be able to incorporate shocks within a short time. But also it has its own advantage, because you have to keep on changing your model. Then it can also affect your predictability, because investors also want to make a decision based on a stable environment. So for us, we have been thinking 1 month gives us some time where we can assume that the other cargoes that are coming, because for us what we do is, I mean that we don't include all the cargoes. Any cargo that comes after
9, it is actually put in the pricing of the next period, but with something called advanced volumes. We compensate what they have incurred in the next pricing period. And maybe lastly, with the regional, let me comment on that. Because we have EREA, we have RIRESA, which are associations. And also now within EPP, we have the independent regulatory board that is now able to approve cross-border contracts, you know. And in addition to those cross-border contracts, whether it's for power or gas, we share a lot in terms of capacity building. They have a role to play to share like grid codes. We harmonize grid codes. We share formulas, like these pricing formulas for both electricity and gas and all that. So there is a lot that they support us with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That has been fantastic discussion. Unfortunately, we have to stop it there so that we can allow the other team to also come and also share some insights in both electricity and petroleum on affordability and security of energy systems. Thank you very much, others, Dr. Mutua, Dr. Sira, and Honorable Lifestyles for joining us this afternoon. We really appreciate your time and for the fantastic participants who are able to engage us this afternoon. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon too.
Thank you. We'd like to appreciate you all for your views this afternoon. So please stay on stage, just stand and take one step forward. I do not see the official. I wanted to hand it over to you. So it appears you're stuck with me. Not half bad, but I want to thank you very much indeed. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. This QR code that we're going to put up very shortly. There you are. Would you mind trying to scan it, please? And I'll walk you through what is on that QR code before we get into our next session. So there are 3 things you will find on this code, and I'll ask my friends to help me with it. You should be able to find a program. I hope you're seeing that if you've scanned the code successfully. You should be able to find EPRA photos from today's event, and also a feedback form, which would be so grateful if you'd fill out. Shall we take a look at the photos? I think that would be the most exciting thing to see, and not the form. So let's see if we can scan it ourselves. Anybody in the room who's managed to scan it successfully? Yourself? Very good. Any good photos? One of you maybe? Not yet, it's loading, it's loading. Anyone else have managed to do it? Someone in the room? You have. Fantastic. Okay, so please do use this code. You'll find great photos there. And please do also give us your feedback form. It helps us so that next year we can have an even more successful conference. And now for our final session, which we would kindly like to be able to end at least at 4:15, again, remembering those of us who need to use our transportation. So if you would very kindly then now, please help me welcome Anne Kiprotich. She is the Deputy Director, Public Education and Advocacy, and the Acting Regional Coordinator, EPRA. Anne, are you in the room? Welcome. As she comes up, I will introduce her to you. She is an accomplished professional in public education and advocacy with over 17 years, right, of experience in designing and implementing impactful behavior change and consumer protection strategies. She currently serves, as I've said, as the Deputy Director at the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority, where she coordinates and oversees the nationwide execution of public education and advocacy initiatives aimed at influencing attitudes, promoting responsible energy use. We could certainly do with more of that, and safeguarding consumer interests. Her work integrates policy-aligned outreach initiatives with energy sector education and information needs to drive measurable social impact among the industry stakeholders. Anne is a seasoned trainer and facilitator on regulatory compliance and safety, adoption of clean energy, consumer protection, ethics, compliance, and governance, as well as environmental governance and constitutional and human rights education. If I was to say all the brilliant things about her, we would absolutely run out of time. And you're very welcome. Please introduce your panel to us.
Okay, thank you, Anne. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to introduce the final session of our discussions today. I know it has been a very long day, but thank you so much for your patience. Allow me now to just give you a brief overview of this final session. It's a two-layered session where we will have carefully selected researchers from our research teams who were able to present their research papers to the EPRA Research Committee. And these were considered based on the relevance to the theme of the conference, relevance to the research methodology, the findings which speak to policy implementation measures for policymakers. So we will be having the first layer of this session where we will listen to 3 research papers, and then thereafter we will have a panel discussion around issues of research, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. So to set us off is Professor Simiyu Justus. This is an accomplished associate professor of physics. Let me see the smiles from the best physics students in the room. Let's give him a round of applause as he takes the stage. Professor Simiyu is an associate professor of physics at Masai Mara University. He has over 25 years of practice in the research and collaborations field. And his interest is in linkages. And further to that, rich profile is that he's a licensed EPRA solar PV technician. Karibu sana, Professor. So let's give him a round of applause. He will be taking us briefly through his presentation, which looks at a national linkage between universities and collaboration with relevant stakeholders in terms of what he's been able to prepare. He's looking at it in terms of those 3 areas. So Karibu, Professor, you have 10 minutes to share your findings.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. As we wait for the stage to set, I wish to appreciate EPRA for organizing this conference and giving me this opportunity to join you on this. As you're told, my interest is in areas of linkages between academia and industry. And this forum actually has all the experts and the youth who are also a part of this. And my presentation, as you can see on the screen, has the approach of what we call the triple helix of sustainability, which presents a framework, a national framework that brings together the university, industry, government collaboration, specifically for off-grid. Let me transition to the stage now. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I've been introduced. I'll not go through that again. I've acknowledged EPRA for this. as you've been told, I've had over 15 years of relationship with the EPRA, way back when it was previously the Commission, ERC, through formulation of curricula and also regulations that relate to the technicians. And as I was told you, I'm also a licensed technician with EPRA, so that relationship is long-standing. My institution is Masai Mara University. I also appreciate them. We've gone through this before. I will not talk about it. Kenya, as we can see, is among the leaders in electrification, access to electricity, majorly through government initiatives like what we know currently, the COSAP, that is coming up. And we also see private practitioners, the mini-grid deployment, private developers who have really made this quite a success. As we were told this morning, we are way above 85%, and we are still going. All this due to the very strong legal and policy frameworks that have been put in by the government. And this trajectory that has been seen for the past 5 years or so shows that we are actually on the right path. And as from academia, we are looking at the issue of sustainability to see that this success not only is seen through deployment, but also in the long-term livelihood impact to communities around us. We've already mentioned this, and we have already mini grids that have been deployed through private developers, off-grid communities, all the way from the north going down to the south to the west, they are in existence. And as we have said, challenges come in here mainly through maintenance, cost recovery from the developers, and also the issue to do with the technical capacity, especially in the local setup, like when we have a mini grid somewhere in Nadapal in the north, do we have capacity to ensure that it is giving us what is required? Or come down to the west down in maybe islands in Homa Bay, the mini grids that exist there, do we have the capacity to ensure that they are running efficiently as from the deployment? And all these we are giving in some kind of policy framework approach where we look at the separate players here, mainly from the government, as you can see at the center there. The government here is the central actor, and of course, government has done quite a lot, impressive here, through policy and legal frameworks that are existing that spell out the roles for each and of every player in this sector. In terms of regulation, we have EPRA there that has been doing quite well and not go through all this. We know the successes that EPRA has taken us through. Government has also given us financing, and also we have other players, strategic players like REREC, which has been given the mandate to do deployment and also research and deployment of this innovative technologies through what we call the regional energy centers that exist. Government, of course, through partners has given financing, which has also worked very well. That is separate. On the other side, we have the industry. This industry has its roles, as we have seen. Their mandate here is to manufacture, design, and deploy this. Also, through like private mini-grid practitioners or deployment groups, we have had these innovative technologies and, of course, operation and maintenance. Where academia come in, here we are now, we see ourselves as the innovation hub, where we have the knowledge that is manufactured through our research and development, development of monitoring and maintenance of these mini-grids. I'm specifically talking about mini grids in this sense, and also of key importance here, what we were told by a previous speaker, Ondash, on the data management, which is also very, very important in decision making and policy layout. So as it stands and the structure as it looks, our framework now brings in where to bridge this gap. And we see the roles are very clearly defined. The Act clearly defines that the Energy Act 2019, but does not explicitly give this, articulate the mechanisms for collaboration of these actors. So our presentation here wants to just quickly give you what we call the triple helix model, adopted from these previous researchers who have presented it very successfully previously. And for us here, we want to strengthen it by bringing in now an integrated institutional approach with the roles in a collaborative manner. And you can see at those separate roles have been brought into the common synergy where now sustainability comes in terms of operations and maintenance of grid to give a very sustainable off-grid solution. From the government to the academia here, we see a dual traffic here, where from academia we present a policy advisory role here and also do capacity building. Of course, this has taken shape for quite a long time. Leading institutions like Strathmore University have done this quite well. Personally, previously with the University of Nairobi, we were able to really impact in terms of capacity building through mini grids and also just regional energy centers. Between university or academia and industry here, we talk about also issues to do the joint research and development pilot projects and do workforce development for long-term sustainability through industry attachment, which of course the government has already this in place through the Ministry of Labor and Social the Ministry of Labor, which has this very well-structured policy on industrial attachment. It has worked well, very well. We also have now from the industry to government also dual traffic there. Of course, the PPPs approach and the regulatory that is very strong in this country has been seen there. We also, now this approach, we give a framework that gives 4 ways here in terms of flow of this traffic. We have the knowledge flow, and this knowledge flow has now the path between academia to the industry, then to the government. Of course, to the government now to inform policy, but from academia we do solve the real problems that occur or maybe are foreseen in the mini-grid ecosystem, to the industry as the developers, and back like that. We also talk about technology flow, which again is tested, is perceived to be tested from the academia or from research institutions to the industry, which are, we propose that they're embedded in these academic institutions. For example, we have a mini-grid maybe on the shores of Lake Turkana. Do we have Turkana University there as a knowledge center that will help work on solving the problems, maybe in a predictive manner, get also data back from the industry, just in that kind of relationship. Also data, as we have said, now here it flows from the industry, from the mini-grids that are operating. How do we get data out of it to the academia? Then we do data analysis and also do put in all these emerging technologies like, for example, quantum computing, Internet of Things, and through that we foresee that we have a resilient mini-grid that will be well sustained and predictability in terms of operation and inform government on policy decision. We also have issues to do with the financial flow. We propose here that from government to industry to academia, we get trickle down to that, like funding innovation hubs. We propose also new approaches, for example, to deviate from the normal, what we call the donor funding, to local pools of funding through maybe such approaches like the pension fund, the local pension fund, to see that this can fund the innovation to spin from knowledge to product to commercialization and solve this issue of sustainability. As we do that, this framework will see the bridging policy and practice here that is translating institutional mandates into operational collaboration networks, which we have mentioned, reframing sustainability here. We shift from infrastructure into operation and maintenance and see it that they are well sustained. And also, of course, integrating capacity development using the local pool of the specific mini grids that are deployed within that area. And out of that, we see that our legal framework, policy framework, has given us already this strong foundation of expanding electricity access to all these communities, which is happening. I don't have to go through it again. Sustainability is what we are talking about and what we have presented through our triple helix, embedded within the legal frameworks of the Energy Act and the energy policy. We foresee this to be a success in where we sit as the academia and industry. So with those brief remarks, I wish to say thank you very much. I hope I've kept time because I know time is not our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Another round of applause. I think it's done justice to that paper. We've been able to see the linkage between the industry, the universities, and the government. So hold it there. We will be opening it up for the plenary so that we can have questions from the audience. But allow me now to usher in our second presenter, who is Lorna Olum. Lorna Olum is an energy research assistant at the Electricity Sector Association of Kenya. She's been working there for the last 4 years, and she has a mix of mechanical engineering and manufacturing engineering all put together. As you can see, she's demonstrating that as she's taking the podium. Let's appreciate her. I think we can do better. Welcome, Lorna. You have 10 minutes to take us through your paper.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Lorna Olum is my name. From the Electricity Sector Association of Kenya, I'm representing the team, Andrew Adwera and George Aluru, who are the authors. I'm the corresponding author on this paper. We are exploring barriers to time of use adoption among industrial consumers in Kenya, and this is a qualitative study. So time of use was introduced in Kenya in the early 2000s, late 1990s, and the push came from the industrial side. The reason for the push, they were asking for a tariff that will allow them to produce using low tariffs during the off-peak. And to the utility side, that sounded like additional production, additional consumption. And to the regulator, it was grid stability. But it did not last long, as the response from the industrial side was load shifting. So majority of the consumers shifted their loads to the off-peak time, that is the night. And so it meant the utility was selling power at half the price, which was not sustainable for the sector. And so it led to it being scrapped off. It was later introduced in late, that was in 2017, 2018, but this time it came with guardrails that prevented total load shifting as it did earlier on. And one of them was the 6 months rolling average. sorry. The first was the 6 months rolling average and a 6% growth factor. So essentially, you're supposed to meet your baseline and then grow by 6%. And also it offered a discount of 50%. Now, consumption has not been so good as the statistics 2024-2025, there had been decline in time of use consumption. And also, as you can see, the adoption among the large industrial consumers has been declining. That is CI2 between CI2 and CI5, you can see the adoption over the years has been declining between 2021 to 2025. And also, the adoption is also low. And that is the research gap that we're trying to bridge, as there is no evidence or there is no literature that is trying to address why the adoption among the large industrial users is being going down and why it is also low. The existing literature majorly explores economic models like savings around time of use and such things. And we are trying to answer 3 questions. Number 1 is, what is the design feature that is blocking participation? And what are the operational factors that are shaping adoption, and how does this affect the women-led organizations? Literature majorly presents time of use as a price, a demand-side management tool that is used to shift demand from the peak, as stated by Faruqi, and Borenstein argues that the response is only stronger if the price signals are stronger. And UNIDO states that women-led organizations sometimes face additional barriers that hinder their participation. And there is no literature that tries to address the Kenyan level issue, why the adoption is going low, and that is what we are digging into. We have employed qualitative design method to uncover the barriers, and also in our research, we were using semi-structured interviews that gave us depth and also allowed us with the flexibility to probe emerging issues, among other methods, as you can see. And we used 30 interviews, which we found to be sufficient, as thematic saturation was reached at the 25th interviews, and the additional was used for diversity and validation. We then used reflective thematic analysis to identify recurring pattern, and 12 themes emerged, which we categorized into 4 other categories: economic, operational impossibilities, institutional constraint, and structural design. And in our studies, at first we had expected awareness to be the main barrier, but the results showed that 70% of the respondents were actually very aware of the existence of time of use, but the adoption was only 18%, which was presenting 52% gap between adoption and awareness, which is something we call awareness adoption paradox. We also investigated the load shifting capability, and we realized that 48% reported that they were able to shift their loads, and the other 20 say they're able to shift it. The conditions are favorable. That is, if there's a good TOU structure that will be attractive enough for them to shift their loads. And the remaining were say they're not able because of their operational cycles. And only 18% still had adopted, meaning there is a potential, adoption potential, or the load shifting is not a barrier. So onto the first barrier that was identified was economic. The respondents reported that most of them recorded less than 2% of savings from the time of use. And majority of them, especially the big consumers, recorded savings of between 0.3 to 0.5%. And they were saying that the incentive is too small and too weak, to justify operational shifts, and also the high cost of disruption and the risk associated with disrupting the operation schedule does not match the savings that it offers. There's also trust, as time of use is majorly perceived as a utility-centered, and that it is a scheme that is meant to benefit the utility rather than the whole partnership. And so, that being said, non-adoption is rational. They decide not to adopt. It is not because they don't know about it. The other barrier related to the structure, the main barrier that came out strongly was the 6% growth factor. And this was blocking the big ones, the mature ones, and even the small ones. As the small ones said, it is very unreasonable to be expected to grow at a rate of 6% every 6 months. And the others that are seasonal also said it is very unreasonable because their production is season-based. Efficiency also, energy efficiency also came out strongly, as efficient farms or farms that are adopting energy efficiency mentioned that the tariff contradicts, as the tariff demands them to increase their consumption, while energy efficiency demands them to reduce their consumption. So unless they expand, that is, add additional go down, say, in production lines, then it is impossible to benefit from time of use if you are embracing energy efficiency. And so the tariff assumes continuous expansion economy, which is not the case. The other barrier, administrative-wise, was that 90% who say they are aware of time of use, only 5% could explain the onboarding process. It was very unclear. They reported low response, hindering participation. Low response from the utility, like they would communicate you want to be onboarded, but you'll not find guidelines or help. And some had actually even given up trying to get onboarded. There's a lot of paperwork involved and metering requirements, which was also hindering participation. And the last one is operational barriers. There's limited flexibility in industrial processes, as there's a lot of heterogeneity, and there's continuous industry, there's agro-processing, many farms are demand-driven, and these factors basically mean that a one-fit-all tariff would really not reflect industrial diversity. E-mobility also mentioned the 15,000 kilowatt-hour cap that they say it's like these people want us to keep staying small. Yet, combined with the SMEs, they'll be able to significantly impact the grid in terms of consumption. Women that also, on the other end, they are very much excluded, as the tariff runs from 10 p.m., yet majority of their operations run from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And so there's no way they can participate. This basically, the key insights that we gathered from here is that the TOU is not failing due to awareness, but it is failing because of design reality mismatch. The tariff did not really consider the industrial situation and what is going on there. Some actually said it was like it was molded in some boardroom somewhere without putting into consideration the situation in the industrial space. Also, the uniform structure that applies across ignores industrial diversity and operational rigidity. The 6% semi-annual growth rule excludes all the farm. The big one are saying it is meant for the small ones are saying it is meant for the big ones. So no one really finds it to be favoring them. Efficiency and solar investments are contradicting with the requirement of the tariff. Also, administrative barriers and trust gaps, reducing uptake. And we are, based on that, we are recommending this policy recommendations. Number one, the removal of the growth gap, the 6% growth rule. as it is termed unreasonable. We are proposing or recommending that you introduce a third tier that will have super off-peak rate to make it more attractive. You extend the baseline from 6 months to 3 years to reflect the real industrial cycles. And instead of kilowatt consumption, you tie time of use eligibility to load factor improvement. That will also in return improve the grid load factor. Sector-specific flexibility and benchmark to see how the sector actually works before maybe approving any design. To have SME-specific time of use tier with shoulder peak daytime discounts, because why not spur addition consumption during the day too? Transparent joint body review and also automated digital onboarding with real-time savings. And future research, we'll be building on this to explore it qualitatively, as this was majorly quantitative. And also there'll be need for follow-up for post-2026 implementation, and also to see how time of use is performing in sub-Saharan Africa, and also explore the gender gap further. In conclusion, non-adoption is not because of lack of awareness, but it's because of it's rational. People decide not to because of the prevailing conditions. The 6% growth is the main blocker. There's a lot of inflexibility in the industrial sector, which you cannot assume that one fits all will work. Production is majorly demand-driven. Women are excluded, and it is a regulatory design failure and not a consumer failure. Thank you.
Thank you, Olum. Let's clap for her again. Yeah, it definitely goes without mention that we need to then break through these barriers to utilizing the time of use as a critical tool for ensuring grid stability, industrial growth, and even as we transition to green energy. So in that spirit, I would want to transition the third presenter of the day. He will be joining us virtually, and that is Brian Kibogi. He is a pricing analyst at EPRA, and is an alumnus of Strathmore University, having a bachelor's of financial management. So my team, is he ready? We give it a minute as they set him up so that he can be able to join. Virtually wasn't able to join us. But as you can see from the first and the second presenters, there are very pertinent policy issues that are coming to fore. And even then, I hope you're ready with your questions so that you can be able to address them to the researchers so that they can be able to address in the course of this session. So thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Brian, we can hear you. Welcome, and carry on with your presentation. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay.
Proceed.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear. So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Right. So as introduced, my name is Brian Kilet Kibogi, working with the authority. I'll be presenting to you my research paper titled Assessing the Performance of the 2018 Time of Use Framework in Kenya. So the paper is very complementary to what Lorna has just presented, in that I took a quantitative approach instead of a qualitative approach. So the background, Kenya ordinarily experiences periods of high evening consumption, that is between 6 to 10 p.m. This leads to a dispatch of HFO thermal plants and low night demands, that's between 1 to 4 a.m., leading to curtailment of geothermal steam. So to mitigate this, the authority introduced the time of use framework to try and influence consumption trends. So Lorna has just explained how the time of use works, so I'll skip this. I think one thing she didn't mention is consumers who are operating at 100% production can receive a 5% discount on all off-peak consumption, so that provision is there. So the off-peak periods are defined as such. On weekdays, the off-peak periods are between midnight and 6 a.m. and from 10 p.m. to midnight. On Saturdays and holidays, it is from midnight to 8 a.m. and from 2 p.m. to midnight. And on Sunday, it's the full 24 hours. So the problem statement, the time of use was introduced in 2018, but there is limited empirical evidence on whether it has achieved its intended outcomes. So the gap is there is no evaluation, and the need is an evidence-based assessment to determine its performance. So my research objective was to assess the performance of the 2018 time of use tariff structure. My specific objective was to evaluate the impact on peak and off-peak consumption. My research questions was, the first one was, what is the trend in peak or off-peak consumption since introduction of the time of use framework? What is the immediate effect of the time of use framework on peak and off-peak demand? And what is the sustained effect of the time of use framework on peak and off-peak demand? So literature review, I think Lorna also mentioned the demand side management. So these are sets of programs employed by the utility to try and influence customer demand. And they can majorly be categorized into energy reduction programs, load management programs, and load growth programs. So energy reduction programs in Kenya, this could be programs geared towards energy efficiency. Load management programs, those are programs such as the time of use to try and influence consumption patterns. And load growth programs are in Kenya would be promotion of e-mobility and street lighting. So those are strategic loads that can help reduce curtailments. So demand response is classified under DSM. So, and this is where the time of use is found. So it emphasizes consumer participation in optimizing energy use through pricing signals and economic incentives. So they are designed to incentivize customers to change their energy consumption in response to electricity prices. Examples of this are the time of use, which is being implemented here in Kenya. And we have the real-time pricing tariff structure and the critical peak pricing tariff structure. So the conceptual framework of demand response techniques or tariff structures, the utility offers a reduced price during off-peak. And this is now the price signal or the incentive which customers react to by consuming more during off-peak. This leads to load shifting, resulting to a reduced peak or reduced consumption during peak. And the economic benefits to the grid are the utilization of idle capacity during low night demand periods and the reduced dispatch of pickup plants. In Kenya, that would be the HFO thermal plants for peak support. So I'll skip this slide on time of use. So how time of use is being implemented in the USA by Excel Energy. Excel Energy is a Colorado state utility. So in Colorado, consumers are automatically enrolled, but they have an option to opt out. So it's not mandatory, but you're automatically enrolled. And how it works, it has 4 fixed prices depending on the time and season. So time is classified into peak or off-peak, and the season is winter and summer. So the peak prices are approximately 2.7 times higher than the off-peak prices, and the summer prices are approximately 1.16 times higher than the winter prices. I think during summer in the US, that is when the electricity consumption is quite high for cooling purposes. So a lot of ACs are running, hence the price differential. And according to the Brattle Group, Excel Energy's existing demand response portfolio currently has the capability to reduce the system peak demand by 496 megawatts in the summer and 296 megawatts in the winter. But represents approximately 7% of the peak demand. So the critical peak pricing, this is a tariff structure that introduces punitive charges or high charges during critical peak events and offers a discount in all other periods. And critical peak events are defined as, or rather are periods when the grid is constrained, and they're usually communicated to enrolled customers beforehand, at least a day in advance. So similarly to time of use, it's not mandatory. So customers can choose to opt in or opt out. So the critical peak events are usually limited to a specific number in a year and are communicated to the customers beforehand, I believe, before they sign the agreement. So how it works in South Africa, ESCOM, which is a South African utility, undertook a pilot program from 2021 and 2022, and it was extended to 2024. So large power customers were invited to voluntarily opt in into the tariff structure, and their peak hours were limited to 400 hours per year, of which they were offered 2 options. So customers would switch off for 16 hours a day. This would translate to 25 critical peak days, or they would switch off 8 hours per day, which would translate to 50 peak days. So it's similar to interruptible loads, but not exactly, because customers can choose to still consume during this critical peak events, but they'll end up paying a much higher tariff. So in the case of South Africa, this tariff was approximately 3 to 4 times more than the ordinary tariff. But for that trade-off, they get a discount on all other periods of about 88%, or rather a discount of 12%. So they would pay 88% of their initial tariff. So this would potentially lead to 12% savings on their electricity bills, assuming they halt operations during the critical day events. So the methodology to answer my research questions, I chose to use a interrupted time series model. So this model was chosen because of the regularly occurring data points, that is half-hourly demand data, and also a known intervention date. So my known intervention date was the date the policy, the time of use framework came into event, and that was 1st July 2018. So I got my data from EPRA and KPLC, and the data period under analysis was 2013 and 2023. This time period was chosen because of the 2018 intervention date. So I had 5 years post-intervention and 5 years pre-intervention. So I estimated 2 separate models, taking the following model structure, one for peak and one for off-peak. So I had two models estimated. My dependent variable was half-hourly peak demand at time T. So in a day, there were 48 observations. X was my intercept. Betas 1 to 5 were my model coefficient. My time T, I had a time T variable. This was a continuous daily index going from 1 till T. following all the observations. I had a dummy variable for the intervention, that is when the time of use was implemented. So it was 0 before the implementation and 1 after the implementation. I had a time after variable, that is similarly, it was a continuous daily index, but it was 0 before the time of use implementation, and it started at 1 after the time of use implementation and continued till a time t. I had two control variables. I had a weekday variable, which was 1 during weekdays and 0 during weekends, and an hour variable, which represented the hour of the day from 1 to 24. And I also had an error term.
Brian, take us to the findings and the conclusion.
The findings.
Kindly summarize.
Okay. So results and findings. The total population was 175,200, but I collected 167,900 half hours. This represented, so I had missing data of 7,289, representing 4% of my data set. I had outliers in my data set, which were filtered out. This was between 0 and 2,440.4. So any observations outside of those bounds were filtered out. So my data set ended up with, my sample rather ended up with 167,899 observations. My system demand data had a mean of 1234. Peak hours were 84,521, which represented 50% of the data set. My weekday flag was 118,985, about 71% of the data set, and my TOU flag was 87,361, which was about 52% of my data set. So a preliminary check, stationary test was performed on my dependent variable to check for stationarity. The test employed was the augmented Dickey-Fuller test, together with the archaic information criteria to determine the optimal lag length. So this ADS test has a null hypothesis of a unit root or a non-stationarity. And the results, I had a test statistic of negative 116.44 and a p-value of 0.01. Hence, the null hypothesis was rejected. So this showed that my dependent variable was stationary, and I proceeded to use the level data without using any transformation techniques. So the model results. So as I said earlier, I estimated two models, an off-peak model and a peak model. So the key variables that answered my research questions were my time variable, my TOU 2018 flag variable, and the time after variable. So the stars, the number of stars denotes the significance level. So 1 star is significant at 10%, 2 stars at 5%, and 3 stars at 1%. So the beta 1 coefficient in both peak and off-peak models, there was a statistically significant and positive coefficient of 0.138 and 0.155. So this showed that demand was increasing over time before TLU during both periods. So this makes sense. System demand or electricity consumption has increased over time. Beta 2, this was the coefficient attached to my dummy variable. So in both peak and off-peak models, there was a statistically significant and positive coefficient of 13.798 and 15.392. So this shows that there was an increase in consumption in both models associated with TOU implementation. Beta 3, this was a coefficient attached to my time after variable. So there was a statistically significant coefficient of negative 0.013. So this shows that there was a decrease in the rate of off-peak consumption growth after TOU implementation. So this is contrary to what I would expect. And in the peak model, there was no statistically significant coefficient. So a structural brick test was performed. I chose to do the tau test, which has a null hypothesis that my pre-intervention coefficients are equal to my post-intervention coefficients. So this test was performed as a for empirical validation, because correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation. So the test statistic of the tau test was 47.27 for the peak model and 49.23 for the off-peak model. So I rejected the null hypothesis that my coefficients are
Brian,
equal
sorry
to
to interrupt you again.
coefficients, post-intervention coefficients. So this
Brian.
means they're statistically different, and when the time of use was introduced, it
Brian,
led
sorry to interrupt you. Can you hear me? Kindly take us to the conclusion in the interest of time. Thank you.
So now the conclusion, the findings indicate that while the introduction of the time of use tariffs was associated with a short-term increase in off-peak consumption, there was no long-term impact in the growth of off-peak consumption. So the goal of the time of use framework was load shifting and also to incentivize off-peak consumption. So there was no long-term impact. In fact, there was a decrease after the time of use framework was introduced. Secondly, there was no evidence of peak reduction and load shifting by customers from the time of use framework. Limitations of the study used system level data, but the TOU was only targeted to C&I customers. So the lack of customer category specific data possibly led to dilution of the impact. The second limitation, the study design was non-experimental, so I analyzed the data based on all observations. So claiming causality is limited, as there could be other possible explanations for the estimated results. So areas of further research, a follow-up study should be undertaken to investigate the causes of the lack of the sustained impact of the time of use framework. So this area of further research has partially been answered by the previous presenter. So she presented that there were some qualitative reasons that led to lack of adoption of the framework. So secondly, a follow-up study should be undertaken to investigate the impact of the time of use framework using disaggregated data according to the various customer category, the CIs, CI1s, CI2s, and etc. And furthermore, integrating a control group to strengthen causality. So by integrating a control group, you'll make the study experimental. And one way you can achieve this is by sampling CIs and SE3 customers who are not imposed to, who could not benefit from the 2018 time of use framework before it was revised in 2023 to include the SE3 customers. With that brings me to the end of my presentation, and I'd like to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Let us appreciate Brian for that very in-depth research. He's really done a good job, and I think for us, it speaks to areas of further considerations in future researches, and it really speaks to policy issues. Brian, we are sorry we had to rush you because of the time, but I believe through the Q&A, you'll be able to address some of the issues. However, I want to vary the program slightly because we have panelists for the same session unless guided otherwise, so that we could blend the panel discussion, and if there are any Q&As from the audience directed to the presenters, let's have one each. So to the audience, you may direct your questions to the presenters, and I will just take one question each for each presenter. And I believe in the course of the week, we should be able to interact with our researchers, and we can be able to get to know more about their areas of study. And with that, can we do a round of applause for our researchers? I'm not seeing any hands up. And I want to appreciate Professor Simiyu, Lorna, and Brian for those well-researched papers. So allow me now to usher in our panelists. Professor Simiyu, you will remain because other panelists will be joining you. So Lona, you may take your seat. Thank you. So I would like to invite Robert Mahenia. Robert Mahenia is a seasoned advocate of the High Court. He is a former regulator. He has experience spanning over 20 years in regulatory issues, and he's a lead consultant on issues of the development of energy policy 2025. So let's appreciate him as he's taking the podium. Thank you, Wakili. In our panel, we also have Professor Hilonga, an executive secretary in EREA, that is the Energy Regulators of East African Association. Karibu sana, tumpigie makofi. Makofi mazito jameni. Alisema hapo awali yeye ni Mswahili. Let's clap for him. Karibu sana, Professor. Professor Ilonga is also known as an advocate and a champion of AI, especially on issues research. He is an award winner of nanofilters innovation. Can we give him a round of applause further for that? He's also an award winner of the World Health Organization. So he has a very rich resume, and I may not be able to say each and everything in detail. With us, we also have Amon Mwadime. Amon Mwadime is a director of research and intelligence in the association, in the African Mini-Grids Development Association. Let's clap for him. Let's give him a round of applause as he takes the podium. This is going to be a very brief panel discussion on issues of research, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. I believe this speaks to our theme of the conference, because even if we do research, even if we generate a lot of knowledge and we do not disseminate, we do not share, we do not build the capacity of regulators, the industry, and upcoming researchers, then definitely this may not meet the target. So without taking much ado, I would want to invite them so that we can proceed on. So to our distinguished audiences and partners, I'll just go straight to issues of capacity building. And to start us off is Professor Justus Wekesa. Sorry. And just give me a second as I press our... Yeah, we've listened to the presentations a while ago on grid stability, on issues of the barriers that we face. And now we want to have a linkage, and as we transition to why research and capacity building, Professor Simiyu, in your view, what are the practical collaboration models between universities and the industry have the highest potential to strengthen capacity building and accelerate innovation in Kenya? I'm asking this in relation to your paper, which you just presented, and your interests in collaboration. And as you look at this, also tell us why many of these collaborations are struggling.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anne. Once again, actually, from my presentation, we saw the roles, the policy framework, the Energy Act 2012 gives the roles, stipulates the roles for each player very well. But when it comes to collaboration, there's a missing link. And for us here, we are proposing problem-centered collaborations, which are away from the traditional MOUs that we usually witness in academia, between academia and industry players, which come in maybe just to work on a common funding response to a call, and after that they die off. So we are proposing here collaborations that are problem-centered, and one approach here is, which is already existing. We already have a structured industrial attachment, yes, but it's still not yet solving or identifying these problems well. So we want to have a well-structured industrial attachment program where we have our students get attached on a long-term basis to develop staff, not just to go there as interns and come back and end at that point. That's one. Another one, to have a joint curriculum that can be developed between the industry and the academia together, so that we can have the common problems that are identified in the industry being tackled inside the academic institutions through the curriculum. And lastly, also to look at ways to have incentives inside the universities, instead of just saying when you publish like what I've done today is enough. We want to go into implementation and have purpose, deliberate embedding of innovation centers inside academic institutions. And for example, the energy centers that we have for EREC, can we have a research desk there so that the problems that are identified there can be well tackled at that localized level? In terms of on the side of struggling collaborations, I've already mentioned one, there is a funding issue, and the approach here is that we propose funding to be sourced from local pool to solve the local problems that we have talked about. Another thing also, to change these MOUs from mere papers to have key performance indicators that are well articulated in the MOU. I can say here that majority of MOUs have existed longer than the projects themselves. The projects have died off because there's no funding, there was no budget for that, and yet the MOU is still on paper, indicating that there's a collaboration between this and this industry or government agency and the academia. So in brief, that is my response. Thank you.
Thank you. On issues of capacity building and linkages, we'll go to Robert Mahenia and Council. Probably tell us from a regulatory standpoint, what reforms and frameworks would be critical to strengthening capacity building in the energy sector, and how can regulators ensure that these frameworks remain adaptive even in the emerging issues where we are emerging environments where we have new issues coming up?
Thank you, Anne, and thank you for having me here. In terms of the policy, legal, and regulatory framework, what the law would provide would be at a very high level. And this would be like where will be the training entity or the, let's say like the regulator, where will be the source of funding. Maybe it could be like a certain percentage for a particular levy, and where we are, I would not be hard to be advocating for putting a capacity building levy. But from such funds, now the law can provide that a certain percentage can be allocated to R&D and also capacity building. Then, but before you come to the law, the challenges will already have been identified under the policy framework. And because capacity building, it's evolving in nature. If I was just having a quick perusal of the 1997 Electricity Power Act, it was so quiet on any training. Then we come 2004 policy, it has mentioned training only in 3 words. Then about research and capacity building, it has also have 2 words. The same with the Energy Act 2006. But when you come to Energy Act 2019, it's quite elaborate on the training, capacity building, local content. And to that extent, the law can provide. But now the entities will be required to implement. But even when we are enacting the laws, let's be honest, who knows who is in charge of training and capacity building in the energy sector? Who? in Kenya. It's provided under the Energy Act, Section 56, but I will not say who it is because I will be lynched by the time I'm leaving here. You can't be having a particular concentration of a particular technology, then you are in charge of the entire energy sector in terms of capacity building and training. So in terms of the Energy Act, even when it's under review, there is a need to look at the Energy Act Section 56 and find out whether it was quite intentional to have the training, capacity building of all the sector within a particular institution which is already dealing with an emerging technology. So I've never had the institution having a workshop or a training away from its mandate. And sorry to say, its mandate, it's quite emerging as per now. But even after that, how do we come and implement what the law has provided? The law can't provide everything. Now it will provide high level, the source of funding, the areas of interest, renewable, AI, data and information, but it now behooves the lenders, the institutions, now to implement what the law has provided. A case in point is what the Cabinet Secretary from Uganda said. And I can see quite a number of legal personnel or legal counsels who are in that D. And what you realize that it was intentional, there was no legal provision, but it was intentional for Ghana and Uganda to have the trainings outside the country and quite relevant to what was happening at that time. Even in the country like now, we have, like, you realize the policy has identified international funders, partners who would be providing funding for capacity building and for research and development. But do we have a coordinated approach? You look at when we talk of something like green hydrogen, you look at there is one funder funding a particular section, then there is another funder. So in terms of what Professor Simiyu had said, and also the law provides collaborative framework, and that collaborative framework is also provided under the Energy Policy 2025. And that's now where institutions need to come together to know how do we go about these processes of capacity building, R&D within the energy sector, how are we going to fund it? And not only among the institutions, even at the local level. Because at one time we went for grid inspection in Turkana, and the residents asked us, okay, fine, you have given us power. Now we want water to put off the fire if our houses get fire. You see, already you have all this chain of technology, you have the financiers, you have the developers, but I always say the loose end is the weakest link, it's the community. If the community is not at the same level with the developers, with the regulators, then we will be having a problem.
Hold it there. Very pertinent questions from Mahenia. Let's hear from Professor Ilonga. And in the context of EREA, Professor, and the proposed Energy Regulation Center of Excellence, where do you see the most strategic capacity building opportunities for energy regulators? What specific competencies should then be prioritized in the sector?
Hello, bado uko na mimi hapa?
Ndio, niko hapa. Unaweza kuniambia chochote unachohitaji na tutazungumza. Nikusaidie nini leo?
Mimi nimewaambia hawa jamaa mimi naongea Kiswahili sanifu, sasa wenyewe wanaongea Kiingereza. Nafanyaje hapa leo?
Hakuna wasiwasi. Ukiwa unazungumza Kiswahili, mimi nitaendelea nawe kwa Kiswahili. Ukipenda kubadilisha lugha, pia niambie tu. Lengo letu ni kuelewana vizuri.
Nataka kueleza mambo ya strategic capacity building, kwamba EPRA imejiwekeza katika hilo. Unataka kuambia nini hao wadau hapa?
Ningewaambia kwamba EPRA imejikita kwenye kujenga uwezo wa kina kwa washirika wake.
Okay.
Ikizingatia
Let's talk in English now. So EPRA is strategically positioned to provide this kind of training, and now it is providing AI enhanced training. And I have one golden opportunity today to market this training, because EPRA is one of the backbone of EPRA. So what do you comment on this?
I'd say this is a prime moment to emphasize how EPRA's training is cutting edge. You can highlight that integrating AI isn't just trendy, it gives EPRA regulators tools for smarter, more efficient decision-making. Stress that EPRA's role as a backbone means this training directly strengthens the entire region's energy regulatory capacity.
Okay, because of time, I think I will just end up here. The demo is done. Thank you very much for your support.
You're welcome.
Let's
I'm
appreciate-
glad I could help. If you ever need to practice or discuss more, I'll be here. Take care.
Bye. Kwaheri. Okay, so
a round of applause for Professor.
Thank you very much. So we have introduced a very strategic approach on human capacity building among our members. So like when my friend Advocate Njeru was raising some of the issues, who is doing this kind of training? Who is in between here? EPRA has provided a platform for this kind of trainings. So, and it's a regional institution that provides skills, integrated skills on what we are discussing here, like energy policy, framework harmonization. Like a friend here was asking, what was EPRA doing when every member was setting the price? So where are they? So actually we don't, we are not reactive. We are normally, we are proactive. So we train our people ahead of time, because these decisions normally are made by people. Yeah, whoever is there is a person. You feel like EPRA is a very big institution. Yes, it is. But there are individuals there making decisions. So when we build their capacity, they will be in a position to make a sound decision, a decision that can even be emulated by other members within the region. So EPRA is positioned to provide this kind of training, and our headquarters is in Arusha. And we are here to offer this time an AI integrated training to support our members in various things they do. Like recently we have conducted a training on data management for the natural gas experts. They were so happy to see how AI can facilitate their operations. So in short, because of the pressure of time, I had a long presentations to make on this capacity building, which is regional capacity building for our members. I wanted to talk more about that. But to cut the long story short, ERSE, which is the Center of Excellence under EPRA, is providing these services.
Thank you, Professor. I think to our audience, you can see that the rapid evolution of AI is something we cannot wish away. If EPRA has adopted it and they're using it well, I believe it's something that we can integrate into research and capacity building training programs. Let's move on to Amon Mwadime. And from the African Mini-Grid Development Association's perspective, how can research and data improve affordability and long-term sustainability of mini-grids in Kenya? I'm linking this to the theme of the research conference.
Okay, thank you for that. So we know that there's a lot of gaps in terms of data collection, data being fragmented across. So there's no unified, so one of the challenges is lack of unified data collection, where everyone is collecting their data differently. We're not collaborating. And that's why we're finding out that everyone is coming with different data. If also lack of data in terms of standardization, where the way different institutions are doing this is becoming a bit of a challenge. So One of the things AMDA is trying to do is, how we do it is working with different institutions. So we do have this flagship research report that we've been publishing since 2020. We just published one in 2024, which is the third. It's called the Benchmarking Africa Mini-Grid Report. And how it helps is almost in three folds. So the first one is the type of data that we provide helps different institutions or stakeholders understand. Like when you have CAPEX and OPEX in that report, you find that the investors are able to understand where our developers are coming from. And even when it comes to understanding which projects are more feasible or profitable, they're able to make a decision based on some of this data and information. And this, of course, helps reduce the investors' risks, where they are able to see which are the bankable projects, those which are more sustainable. Also, some of the things that we provide in this report helps the different policymakers within the region. So by trying to show how, for example, in Nigeria, which is almost what they benchmark in terms of getting licensing on time, it enables other regulators from different markets see how best to come up with policies that can emulate what Nigeria is doing. So all this is enabling the sector grow, become more sustainable. And the final one for sustainability is trying to come up with a lot of information on productive use of energy. Because for mini grids to be sustainable, people are not able to understand how to have these business models of productive use that can help sustain this mini grid and the demand within the sector. So as AMDA, we are trying to advocate for all this research and data to educate the sector to understand how best the mini grid sector can be more affordable and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, AMDA. Amon, I've seen your presence in over 24 countries in the continent. Probably what are some of the targeted capacity building mechanisms that can be used to address these barriers?
So for capacity building, we found, so I'll talk more about our members. So for those, just for context, AMDA has members, six members who are private developers. One of the biggest barriers they have is in terms of capacity building on finance, which is what enables people to know about the bankability of projects from the investor. So we have a program called the Capital Connect, where what we have done is we bring our members together, we try to match them with investors. So the first step is we have, like, say, 5 members, and we match them to different players and investors in the market. We give them a period of 3 months training. So it's actual training where the investor takes our members or developers through how to do grant proposal writing, so that they are able to understand what is it a project investors can be able to invest in. So after the 3 months sort of training, the developers actually now come in and pitch. So they've done their research, they've done all this with the investor. So they're supposed to come in and pitch in front of, say, 5 investors who will be able to invest in their projects. So we found that this has really helped, because we've done 3 series so far. And through this training and research of how to enable, because previously there used to be a mismatch between what an investor can think a mini grid is, and then also our members were not, they did not have the capacity to know how to pitch a bankable project. So through this program of Capital Connect, we are seeing a lot of changes. At least even some of our members have been able to get funding for their projects. So this is one aspect we are doing. We have many, but I know because of time, I can give a lot of examples, but that is one of the biggest success that we're trying to do to close the gap.
Thank you. Why I was asking that is so that we can be able to then, in terms of knowledge sharing and information sharing, as we look at the communities and how we can be able to reach them. I know Mahenia will be coming back to speak to how the legal and regulatory mechanisms practically address that. And then before that, I would want us to hear from the audience. Any questions to the panelists related to the issues of capacity building and research? I've seen a hand. Doreen, your hand is up. Any other question or comment to the panelists? Yes, I'm seeing a second hand on this side. Okay, maybe we can have those two. Doreen? Please be brief.
In his team, because I think that's wonderful. Ningetaka kusema ya kwamba kuzungumza kwa Kiswahili katika Jamhuri ya Afrika Mashariki ni muhimu. Now to my question, to avoid a situation where we are working in silos, how do we ensure all key actors in the energy sector work together? Because I see a situation whereby one professor is saying, these ones are not working, the other professor is saying we are working, the other professor is saying, you know. So with a very brief example, my former role, I was working at a European Union, African Union partnership. It was a collaboration on research and innovation on renewable energy. So hearing that there's no funding surprises me, because there are so many African partners in that project. So the consortium of 83 partners, but then only 2 to 5 African partners were active in the project. So you wonder, Horizon 2020 has given, European Union has given funding, the European Commission has given funding. African actors are not standing up to work. And then when they're given work, they don't work efficiently. African partners don't work efficiently, because I have also worked with African partners and European partners. When we say keep time, African partners will arrive 2 hours late, European partners will arrive on time. So tell me, I see the panel is African, so tell me what, the panel is African, the panel has professors in different sectors, so whoever wishes to answer that can pick whatever I've addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. A very good question on coordination.
I'm not a professor, I think it's for the 2 professors.
So that we respond to them, unless, yeah, and I'm also seeing another hand there. Yes?
Good evening. My name's Eunice Mokai, and my question goes to the panelists, any of them. I have listened to their researches, and they have done a very good job and a very good work. In the morning, Ruth said, we need innovators who are young people. We need energetic brains to think around the globe. And then my question goes to the panelists. After doing all these researches and after getting the results, do you share your fears with the EPRA? Do you give them these ideas after you collect them from the people who use the power? Because you are talking about energy, and energy cuts across the rural and urban areas. So how do you collaborate with the EPRA to make this clean energy useful and fair to the people in the village? That's my question.
Thank you. Let's take the third question.
Good evening. My name is Kennedy Mathia. My question goes to the panelists, because there's an issue that was raised. They said that the communities are loose end in this project. So are you involving the community in capacity development, or what's the issue? What's the idea?
Thank you. So we could respond to those questions. Maybe we can begin with Doreen's question.
Maybe I start with the last question. He who laughs last laughs best. In terms of what you'll find here, apart from him who is a developer, us in our different capacity, we interact with the communities. And what we are presenting is what we have encountered with the communities. In terms of what I always say, for you to have any project, you need to have finances, you need to have technologies, and you need to have experts to implement that project. But any project has to be implemented in a certain land or in a certain community, in a certain county, so that when you go to that county where your project is to be situated, it's then you realize that the community has not been sensitized. And that's why when, like in the Energy Act 2019, you realize under Section 206, there is a requirement for you as a developer to provide a local content plan, or you as a licensee. What does that local content plan provide for? It provides for that apprenticeship, that training, that sensitization, so that by the time you are hitting the ground, you may likely work with the regulator or the off-taker, the distribution company, to sensitize the community on your project. Because if you don't give them the correct information, they will be fed by information. They will be fed with information which might be detrimental to you. A case in point is when these developers are doing transmission lines. Certain areas for them to access land, they go and sensitize the community or misinform them that tunakuletea power. Lakini this is not the one for politics. Tunakuletea stima. Such that they only misguiding the landowner for them to be given access. But immediately they are off, there is no compensation, there is no power coming. So what we are saying is, it's a collaborative approach. You doing the project, and the person now from the regulatory point will be regulating that project, and also the distribution company which will maybe taking that power. Such that all the parties have to be at par on what's happening. But just from this gathering, you can always tell where the community is. The community is still at the community. So it all depends with the nature of engagement and the sensitization and the project. Because a case in point, there is a project called Kinagov Power. You get financing for a multi-billion project, you go on the ground, you have not sensitized the community. Then the community, they are misinformed that if this turbine rotates, it has some impact on the community. Then they say we don't want the project. Unlike when you would have used minimal amount to sensitize the community. I think with that, I've answered that on the community engagement.
Thank you. We can hear from Professor Hilonga.
Okay. Now, I wanted just to quickly talk about Doreen in terms of the coordination and collaboration. I'll just give an example from our private mini-grid developers, some of the things because as AMDA, we have actually 3 pillars. One under research, the other under policy and regulation, and the other one is on access to capital. So I think I've spoken on how we coordinate our developers with our investors through the access to capital. A good example with the regulators that we do is with our friend AFUR, which is the Africa Forum for Utility Regulators, where all the regulators across Africa are part of their members. So there's a tool that we bring in our private developers and regulators in a session like this, where we take them through a tariff tool where at the end of the day, the tool helps come up with fair tariffs. But in the room, we have the private developers coming up with the mini-grids, and then we have the regulators also in the room to see how these sort of tariffs are coming in. And by engaging the two of them, we're seeing how tariffs are being set and are being fair even to the community. So those are some of the coordination that AMDA tries to bring the developers, the private sector and the public sector together to work together. Thank you.
Yeah, Amon, I think coordination is quite critical. Let's hear from Professor Simiyu on sharing of the research findings.
Thank you very much. On research findings, academic institutions have a lot. And as we've said, there is a gap where this sharing of research findings and innovations reach. And you see, in the policy, it's stated there that there is a promotion of innovation. And here, when you talk about energy innovation, you will find that we have so many. Like, I can give an example in my own institution. We have innovations that have come up on enhanced production of biogas, which has reached a level, has gone through prototyping, and now the next level is commercialization. So where are we now reaching? That's why in my presentation, I said we recommend, like EPRA, to establish what we call the technology sandbox, where we can test, we can take now our prototypes into testing under some soft regulations and standards, so that when the mini-grid developers see that, for example, the product, they can now take it up to a commercial level. So we are proposing such approaches so that we can now bridge this gap that is already been identified, that we are having a lot of innovations, but they are not reaching the market. Another thing I had mentioned, funding earlier on, which has also been mentioned here, that there is funding, but we also need to have local funding approaches. Like, for example, the pension fund. There is money is lying around. We need to now sensitize and enlighten pension fund managers that we can put our fund into this and see it to commercial level. So those are just some of the approaches that we have from our side. Thank you.
Thank you. So speaking of innovation, Ilonga, maybe you can just quickly help our audience to just know how to navigate challenges to avoid their innovations, dying off. Very briefly, so that we can call it a day. Thank you.
Yeah, this is for the young innovators. Normally, they don't cross beyond 5 years. So there's what we call the shadow of the valley of death. Most of the innovations don't move even outside of the labs. So the main challenge is that the lack of initial supports, like funding at the early stages, that's where they really struggle. And guidance, this regulatory bureaucracy and all those kind of things make these innovators die at a very young age. Their innovations die at that stage. Now, this being known, I think there is a potential now for the various partners to invest into helping these young innovators, because finally, these are groundbreaking future through these new innovations, and particularly these days, because they are using AI and what they could innovate faster. But again, AI cannot give you other supports that the experienced partners and with the resources could provide. So young innovators are there to transform our future, but they need support, particularly at the early stages.
Thank you so much for those key takeaways for our participants today. One is that we need proper coordination so that we are able to scale up these innovations. It is critical that we cannot run away or shy away from artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. So this is something that we need to embrace going forward. And finally, the issues of policy recommendations that have come forth through this panel on strengthening and anchoring within the law issues of capacity building, so that we are able to then see things that we can be able to measure through clear indicators for this energy sector to perform and for us to be able to achieve sustainability. And with that, we want to fold this panel. Thank you to all our audience for participating.
Thank you very much. Please stand, take a step forward. We would like to appreciate you in a much better way. Mr. Duncan Degwa, if you're in the room, would you please come and kindly help us say Asante Sana? I'd like to also call the presenters in the room. I think there were others who were on our panel a little earlier. Please come forward. We'd also like to appreciate you. Lorna, I believe, if she's in the room. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause once again. Thank you very, very much indeed. So we're just about to wrap up day 2 of this conference. I'd like to draw your attention once again to our QR code, if it could come up on screen right now, because we've had a few people ask about the program. The program will be found through this QR code. So please do scan it. Let me also inform you that tomorrow we'll have a split session. You'll find the details once again once you scan this code and select tomorrow's program. In Ballroom 1, you'll have renewable energy and sustainability. In Ballroom 2, oil and gas. These will be running concurrently. So please do get details of the session you want to attend tomorrow by scanning that QR code. Let me also mention that the Youth Summit Hackathon has been running all day in parallel yesterday, and you will today, I beg your pardon, and you will see their solutions day 4 at the awards. So we hope you'll all be there. And now we are pleased to welcome you to tea. So if you don't have to dash off, please step out this room, have a cup of tea, network, and we will see you all bright and early here tomorrow. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Magala,